We're live.
Hello, everyone.
We're live.
We're live.
Hello. Yes, live. It's been a day. Anyway, thank you for joining us on the World Riichi channel. It is, for some reason, they've allowed me, Gemma, to do the opening. I don't know why the powers that be would sanction such an action, but here we are. And in the other seat is Chiral. So hi, Chiral. How you doing?
Hello. Yeah, I'm good. I'm looking forward to today. It's going to be fun.
It's the Brit invasion, right? Usually you get to hear lovely North American accents, and now, I don't know, is it going to be duller to hear it in British?
I don't know.
Or is it
like we've definitely played Mahjong together lots, but we've never actually done commentary together. So this is like kind of a first.
I know. I am excited. I'm not going to lie. When I saw our names on the schedule, I was like, yes, yes. Now, so this is session 6 of the Yukan Fuji Cup Women's League 2024 to 2025 season. We got lots of videos on demand from the previous sessions, so please do check them out later if you enjoy them. Quite long. Just skip through if you want to see the exciting bits, or you have a particularly favorite commentator. Usually I'm, for the really good games, it's not me commentating, so you can just, fast forward through that.
I'm sure that's not true. I'm sure that's not true.
I feel I have a tendency to derail the conversation, so that's on me. That's on me. Anyway, so you can follow both myself and Chiral. I'm only on your social medias like Twitter or X or whatever it's called this week. So you can find me at damaqueen Gem, Gem at the end, and then Twitch is. Chiral is on Twitch at it's me, Chiral.
Yeah, I stream like variety stuff, but also recently I've been streaming the Dragon League matches. So a lot of UK Mahjong.
Yeah, Chiral is.
I had to sub in yesterday, and those matches yesterday were certainly something. Oh boy.
Me and Chiral played some Mahjong yesterday in the UK League. It's an online league. And both games ended up with an individual, was it over 700,000? I don't know. It was so traumatizing. I literally just... Yeah, I just slammed my computer down afterwards. I wasn't angry. I wasn't upset. It was just pure trauma.
Yeah, there was the first game, I think I was winning with a massive lead, and then the dealer in all last got 6 repeats, and I started panicking, and then I decided, okay, I'm going to play Adora late in the game just to try and end it, because I was Tenpai, and I thought, okay, I'm panicking, there's 6 repeats, they're about to overtake me, I'm scared, and then I down to 20,000 points, so, that happened.
Oh yeah, these dealer repeats were not like small ones, they weren't like,
no,
you have 1,500. Riichi Nomi, they were like, Mangan? Yeah. It was crazy.
Every game I've had to sub into in that league has been wild in different ways, but yes.
You're the common denominator is what you're telling me.
Clearly. Okay. The admin shows up and then suddenly everything goes strange. But hopefully that'll happen today. We'll see some very good Mahjong, hopefully. But
yeah, so you have me and Chiral initially. And then later, we're going to be joined by Jeremy, Tipzntrix, and Arthur, who is Corak on their handles. So our broadcast is sponsored by the World Riichi Championship and the United States Professional Mahjong League. USPML in particular has a wonderful Mahjong studio called Sparrow's Nest. It's got lots of auto tables. It's got a Slim Scores and Ultima, and it's got Rex 3 auto tables now, I hear. So yeah, someone spent a lot of money, so I can say.
Yeah, well, fair. Yeah, if you're interested in playing Mahjong or having Mahjong-based events, definitely get in touch. And yeah, I've heard things. I know, obviously, back when you were streaming on the USPML channel, I definitely heard about lots of cool events that were going on.
Yeah, and it's properly in the heart of Manhattan. It's not like that New York thing where you end up going on like some hellish bus ride way out of Manhattan. It's right on the island. It's really easy to get to. So, sorry, I'm going to cough now.
Okay.
It's kind of
WRC, of course. You're here on the World Riichi Championship channel. It's the most prestigious and international Mahjong tournament in the world, held once every 3 years. The next of which will be next year in Tokyo, 2025. The tournament just celebrated its 10th anniversary in Paris, where Hiroshi Yamai replicated his historic win from 2014, taking first place in this event exactly 10 years later. I joked in the WRC Discord about someone who didn't post the table allocations because they were busy in Paris 2 weeks ago. How was that, by the way?
I wish I could be.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? I can only thank Mr. Yamai for writing a great story for me, because, you know, coming back to win again was, we also had some camera folk running around taking footage for us, and I was like, yes, you can't make these kinds of stories up. So he was really excited. I mean, one thing I really noticed about him was just like the sheer determination to not lose. It wasn't even the desire to win. It was the determination to not be beaten by us, which was kind of terrifying to witness.
I suppose you've got a lot of pressure on you, right? Being the champion, coming back to defend your title after 10 years. So I get that.
Yeah, it must be, to be a champion, it's a totally different vibe, right? I've never been a champion, so I've only ever had the desire to win. I've never had the desire to not lose. I
see.
Maybe I'll try and channel that in the future.
Yeah, I the only events I've ever really won were really, really small scale. I've come close in a few online events. I think I like top 10, top 8 sometimes. But never won anything big, to be honest.
I can get astonishingly close to the podium, but never quite on it. I used to.
Consistency.
Do you know what the problem is? Everyone got better around me. Not that I got worse. It's just everyone else got better. Which is always the risk of Mahjong, right? You're only as good relative to the players you're playing.
I suppose that's it. But at the same time, if you're playing really good players, then they might be able to bring you up. You bring them up, and then they get better, and then they bring you up in return.
Well, yeah,
right?
Yes. There's always that interaction. Now, you shouldn't fear sitting down with a table with better players than yourself. That's the learning opportunity. If you just always sit down with players who are similar or lesser skilled than yourself, you're not going to grow.
I'm not gonna lie, that's been my experience with the Rottle so far. It's been great. My score right now is 203.4, so I'm doing okay. I'm actually really proud of myself.
Doing very well. Yeah.
I know there are so many good players in that. Corak for one, right? Obviously. But yes, we'll be seeing later on today. But yeah, Rottle sounds very British. True.
Yeah, I think I'm 169. I had imaginations that I could do better, but I didn't manage to pull it off. The difficulty is, like, I just clump my fourths or firsts together, so they're always in the same bracket of 20 games. It's
that's fair. There's always the pressure as well, right? When you're on a good streak, I have to win. I can't just accept third place. I have to go for something. And so you always feel like you need to push a little bit more, and then eventually you push slightly too much, and now you've got to basically start again from the start streak again. But it does happen. Also, yes, absolutely. Thank you for clarifying. Yes, Rottle, I'm saying it, but it is the World Riichi Online Team League being hosted by WRC. And it's been really fun so far. I have no regrets joining. So yes.
Well, thank you.
We're not talking about
joining. We're not talking about Rottle. You're right. We are talking about the Yukan Fuji Cup. That's made up of 2 leagues. There's the Scepter League in Tokyo and the Orb League in Western. Do you know, it's very British as well, Scepter and Orb.
I do like the idea of just like the orb orbiting the scepter. It's a very nice visual image.
Bless you know. Rest in peace, Lizzie. But yes, very, very royal. I like it. Anyway, in Tokyo, there are 64 teams split into 16 groups of 4, and each group battles the other 3 teams in their group over 10 sessions. And then the top team from each group and the top individual players will advance to the 2 different final tournaments. Today, we're going to be showing you teams and players from Group 5. The Orb League's 5 groups, and since they're in different locations, their games are a little bit more spread out, and each region has their own schedule. I have to be honest, the schedule looks like a degree in and of itself. Like, I did participate in the Yukan Fuji Cup many years ago, pre-COVID, funnily enough, and it was a much easier schedule. Now, every time I look at it, I'm like, how does anyone know where they're supposed to be ever? That's the first obstacle to win at Yukan Fuji Cup.
Yeah,
but
I will.
WRC's team is achieving in that respect. They've all turned up to there. So WRC also has a team in the Yukan Fuji Cup. It's an international roster, so I am the captain. But
yeah, you're technically participating, right? Technically participating this year. Technically.
Very, very silent role, yes. I think they should probably call me executive captain. That would be a more appropriate title. So obviously I'm remote. It's very difficult to really get involved, and the timings really suck if you're in the UK going to Japan. Jen Jen is originally from the States, but she has been resident in Japan longer than I've known her. And then there's Mio from South Korea and Lika from China. Lika is so all these people are playing in the tournament, but Jen is playing all 3 games for Team Today, and we're going to check in with her later. So the teams we are watching right now are Ace Bar.
We have
so that's a
team with 2 players, interestingly enough.
Mahjong Nyao Kannai. Don't know if Sanrio want to come at them. Bar Watch and the DD Studio, although it's DD Limited in their logo for some reason.
Yeah, I tried doing a bit of Google searching for DD Studio, and I found about 5 different companies in Japan. So I don't know which one they are. But playing for these teams, as the dealer in East One, we will be having Ray Kawakami representing DD Studio from JPML. In the South Seat, we have Sara representing Team Bar Watch from RMU. In the West Seat, we'll have Misaki Sakayori representing Maze Bar from Saikyo-sen. And in the North, Eri Shibata will be representing Team Mahjong Nyao Kannai. And I don't see a group that she's from. I don't know if she's just an individual.
She might just be someone who works at Mahjong.
An independent.
Nyao.
Yeah.
An independent professional.
Yeah.
Drawn in. I don't know. There's lots of different colours of professional when you get to Japan. There's not a singular route.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
It's always a good thing to remember. Yeah. It's a big industry. So, and here are the standings after session 5 for group 6. So.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mahjong Bar Watch.
It doesn't look that too bad if you ask me. No.
Given it's a fight for fun, you can always come back. Yeah, true. It was like kind of halfway through-ish. But given how
Mahjong Nyao Kannai, we wouldn't want to be taking their eyes off the ball. We just have an update. Sorry, Eri Shibata is from Saikyo-sen.
Thank you,
aggressive typer on Google Docs. We appreciate your addition to the script.
Yes, it's definitely we're not. You can't count anyone out just yet, for sure. But it's only first place makes it through to the final, right? So it's going to be tough.
It's just a few Yakuman. I have seen crazier. As of last night, anything is possible, I figure. So
the 3 games today, the 3 games tomorrow, anything could happen. You're right.
Exactly. So
yeah, Maze Bar have everything to lose right now, and everyone else has everything to gain. So I suppose.
I know. So Maze Bar don't want to lose, and everyone else wants to win. So see if Maze Bar can channel Yamai's energy.
That's a really good point. Yeah, just don't lose.
Just don't lose. Why does no one tell you about that about Mahjong? Just stop losing. It's easy.
I do think in League that is a really good mindset, right? Sometimes. Because oftentimes if you can get top 2 and you just never lose points, you always get like a small positive. With the variance of the other players, you're going to climb up and they're going to drop down, right? As long as you don't lose points, you keep slowly rising over the league, It's a strategy.
Is if you can be consistently not losing, that's the problem. It's the consistent not losing.
Yeah, true. That's definitely true.
We do actually have an exciting interview with the defending champion, Ray Kawakami, who is representing DD Studio and is with the Japan Professional Mahjong League. So she's playing the first game, and we have that interview. If our wonderful
はい、皆さんこんにちは。第18期夕刊富士杯麻雀女流リーグ個人戦優勝麻雀女王の川上玲です。よろしくお願いします。もちろん個人戦連勝を目指して頑張っているところです。DD スタジオっていう株式会社 DSD が運営している麻雀スタジオの方から出場させていただいております。 そちらの方ではいろいろな麻雀の対局だったりとか、あと勉強会も開催されていたりするので、皆様気になった方、ぜひ X も YouTube もやってますので、フォローよろしくお願いします。協会の林野直プロと、あと RMU の岡田智子プロと一緒に戦ってます。そうですね。監督に協会の矢島徹プロをお招きしていまして、今ミランで勉強会頑張っているところです。はい、個人戦で連覇を狙えるのはこの私だけなので、連覇できるように頑張りたいと思います。応援よろしくお願いします。ありがとうございます。
I always feel like these interviews make me really biased to the player I get to see. I guess I have to cheer her on now, even though she's a defending champion.
Do you know, I was
the
a little
best player
upset.
of last season.
I was upset the interviewer didn't ask her how she got her wonderful hair. That is some beautiful hair, and I need to hear more about the regime for that hair. Just before we get into our games, I do actually just want to give a shout out to the entire team who runs this Yukan Fuji stream. It's not just the two people's voices you hear. We have someone who does the broadcasting. We have Jen who sets up the scripts and sometimes furiously types when we're missing information. So, you know, it's actually quite an endeavor. And as the WRC president, I would like to thank everyone who's here and who is not here currently for their participation. It's really been a great initiative. Jen started this initiative, and I can't thank her enough for getting the team together and the team for all the hard work they do. So I'm going to say that now because I might forget later.
Yeah, we'll try and bring it up. I think Tips is the one in behind the scenes today, and we'll be seeing Tips as a commentator in game 2. So
I know, multi-talented is that gentleman. Multi-talented.
Absolutely.
That's very
Let's have a quick look before we start the next match about how Team WRC are doing. It's actually really close. Group 16 is incredibly close. I made a comment about the gap between 180 and 150 and minus 180. 75.5 and minus 34. That is like a game or two, realistically.
Yes. Come on, WRC.
Oh, that's such a close battle. Come on, Team WRC.
We need to be in the finals. We can't let them beat us.
Oh, of course. Yeah, I want to cast the final. I want to cast our players winning. That's what I want to see at some point soon, hopefully. But yeah, let's get to game 1, I suppose. Let's look forward to what these players can do.
Look at that fabulous hair.
Our defending champion not lose. It is very good, isn't it?
Yeah. It's beautiful.
I always look for team uniforms. I like the Bar Watch logo. Yeah. I don't know why. It makes me giggle. The little barcode on the eyes. It's good.
I mean, honestly, I think a uniform is a good choice because otherwise, you know, when you're going for these things, you know, you're going to be on the TV table, you have to agonize about what you're going to wear. A uniform really takes that anxiety out. So.
That's true. It's defending champion hair. I agree.
So who we got? This is Sara. Oh, Sara's a lot of shrapnel in that hand. I haven't seen any draws that I'm like, wow, that's really amazing. Some very awkward draw placements for everyone.
I do see potential Sanshoku in Shibata's hand, but it needs some draws to really make it viable. Yeah. But I'm believing in 5-6-7. 5-6-7 Sanshoku here. 7's so pair. Probably not going to happen anymore.
I think a real problem we're going to see for the dynamics in this game is 3 players all hold a Dora. And they're all going to be reluctant to drop it. And so we might find that just basically blocks those 3 players from moving forward.
Yeah, situations like this really do end up being a test of who draws the fourth Dora. Because whoever does is going to be in a massive advantage compared to the rest of the table.
But I mean, I don't see any of these draws as being worthy of throwing the Dora out of.
Exactly, yeah. So you'd have to get 2 Dora and then reach, right? To really make it work.
Yeah.
Though.
Yeah,
I do like the potential 7 pair switch there for the dealer.
7 pairs is a great way to use it.
Lets you use the door, exactly, yeah. Oh, the 5, 6, 7 Sanchoku, it's happening. It's happening.
With an awkward door placement.
Yeah, it's true. But you can always, like, you could theoretically Dama, right? Just get the Sanshoku and then not reach. Just keep the Dora hiding, hoping that someone gets to Tenpai and cheekily pushes it.
This is why you always get really high value hands. You have high dreams.
Yes, don't be like me yesterday and say I'll never play this Dora. Get to the end of row 3, get Tenpai, and then think, yeah, okay, now's the time. I'll play it. But we do have a reach. Riichi all simples on a 2-sided weight.
Yeah, from Sakayori. She was the only player without an East in her hand, right?
Yes, exactly.
So my terrifying predictions come true. And yeah, people are going to fold in the face of this, I believe. And they're not going to drop that East, and the East will become this obstacle. It's much, I always like commentating because seeing these dynamics and how people are working around each other without actually knowing what the others have is fascinating to me. It's one of the things that keeps me coming back for Mahjong.
Yeah, you can generally sort of get a feel for what's going on, but you can never 100% know for sure.
Oh, because it could always be in the wall. It's not impossible that 2 or 3 of these doors are in the wall. We know one is.
Yeah. 4 tiles are available to this reach. Oh, did I say 4? I meant 3. We just saw one of the 5s get drawn.
Yeah.
2 5s and 1 8, and that's the last 8. Or no Oradora, but that's not really a big deal. The amount of times that you can't rely on Oradora. It's fine. It's fine. Although I do think it's like 1 in 3.
Like your own
it's just yeah. I think it's like 1 in 3. Although there was a triplet, so it's going to be slightly less than that. But at the same time, yeah, I might be just convincing myself here.
Okay, are you more likely to reach if you have a triplet, or if you don't have a triplet? I feel like when I've got a triplet, I'm like, oh, if I hit the Oradora on the triplet, I'm in big pointsville. So if I've got a triplet, I'm way more likely to reach than if I don't have a triplet, which is probably bad Mahjong.
Yeah, I don't ever reach to try and flip over a 3. I might reach more often with a triplet because I have no other Yaku otherwise, I suppose.
Yeah, okay, yeah. But, that's another driver, I guess. But yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I just go, I can flip over a 3. I believe.
I believe, exactly. You obviously have a gambling mindset. So door here is the 6-man. And I can see 2 distributed in people's hands.
I was kind of excited about how this could have possibly been an outside hand, but it's not going to be for the dealer. Still very fast though.
Yeah, so Sara is our dealer now. If you're looking at the graphic below, that little red bar to the left indicates who's the dealer.
Sara has been
intuitive.
Sort of middle of the road so far. Played 4 games, got a first, a second, and 2 lasts. So, not doing too badly. Maybe a small negative so far in the league, but nothing to be too upset by. And I'm just looking at
here's
that
potential Itsu
here. Okay, maybe. Yeah, you've got to use the Dora when you draw it, unfortunately.
Especially a middle-ish Dora like that.
When you have a hand like Kawakami does right now, when you've got that 1-2-4 shape, and you really want it to be Itsu, right? You really want to get the 1 to 9. Yeah. But it just feels so slow. What do you do in those situations?
I personally, I think you have to stick with the Itsu dream, the straight dream. She's not the dealer anymore, so I think she can take her time a little bit more. Yeah, if it comes and she gets the value, great. I wouldn't call it.
I think you can switch out of it now. I would switch out of it now. Cut the 1, keep the 2, 4, 6.
Yeah.
But yes. But yeah, you always want to at least try and give you the option of drawing into that senpai.
I know you don't want to cut it off. I mean, what I really like about the straight that you'd say is that you can it often kind of dances with Sanshoku at the very beginning of the draw, right? So you have to make a decision at one point. Is this a Sanshoku? This is just me. Maybe I see Sanshoku everywhere. I don't know, but
I mean, I'm guilty of it too. And I guess I learned it from you. So
yeah, there's definitely a cohort of people. Yeah, there's definitely a cohort of people who have listened to me play Mahjong too much. I'm like, oh no, I'm sorry, I ruined you too.
No, it's fine. I think it's one of those Zaki that if you don't ever look for it, you'll miss it. The one like when it appears, if you're not looking, you miss out on your hand. It's worth so much if you can get it. So to not look for it all the time. Sanchoku is everywhere. Exactly.
Is a pain in the ass.
Yeah, you don't ever have to force it, but
really...
yes. Also, yeah, you're right. This is awkward.
Yeah. It's not a comfortable choice, that one.
Yeah, taking the slightly less efficient route, but trying to bait out the 3 at some point, and later I goes with an early 6 discard.
Yeah, exactly. And I think, she's kind of hoping she can call the East.
Speaking of, we're going to see a 3 come out now with the Riichi.
There you go.
Kind of awkward pair weight, but I guess 1 man is actually pretty strong right now, right? I guess the Riichi being 3 man does flag the 1 as dangerous, but... And it was, I think, just played by Sakayori, so there's only 1 left, but... Yeah, that's fair. I'm sorry. There's no hope for you, Roxas. Please look for Sanshoku all the
time.
Yeah. Oof, 8 man. Is that safe? I can't see the discards. I wouldn't.
Yeah, it is Genbutsu to the Riichi at least.
Okay.
It was played by the Riichi player, so they can't run on it.
Oh yeah. Okay. Oh yes, I see. So it was in the top right there. Yeah.
Yeah. This is a really awkward situation, right? Because you don't know the 4-so is safe. It looks really dangerous here. Nothing in the middle says it looks safe.
I'd throw the 4-pin. It's safe.
I might even be convinced to throw the Easts, honestly, in that situation. Maybe I'm too much of a coward, but you see 1 East gone, you've got 2 in your hand.
I think my first choice would be the 4-pin, and then hope that someone else is going to throw a 2-pin so I can just clear that little proto shape out entirely. I don't think I'd have thrown the 7. Although, I guess in her mind, she's thinking, well, this is just my exit route now. And it's another reach.
Reach with, I think, 1 Dora. On a 2-sided weight, but not pinned for anything like that. But still, good weights. Oh. I haven't done a count yet. I will try and do that next time we go around to see how many tiles are left.
I know. It's a 4 on the 7 pin.
Doesn't matter. Ipatsu Sumo.
Nice.
Does she hit? Believe no error this time. Would have been 3-pin. Had some 2s, had some 4s. No 3s. But still.
That's a great outcome for the dealer. She gets to keep it.
Exactly.
I don't really understand her uniform though. The strange guy with bar watch over his eyes. Like, what's that about?
Isn't it like a barcode when you isn't that what they call it when you censor someone's face out? A barcode. So it's like a bar watch, and it's like you're censoring their eyes so they can't watch. Maybe with a barcode. That's my incredibly overcomplicated take on it. Anyway, I don't know if that's right.
I'll take your explanation because I've got no better.
I do think it's very funny though. Just having this random guy who might actually not be a random guy. He might be incredibly great for the company. Yes, but still.
Yeah, I will forbid the WRC team from ever sticking my face on their uniform. How about that?
Just put.
So Sara has a continuation.
Yes, Sara having a massive lead so far. I was saying she had 2.
I don't think that's massive.
It's over a Mangan gap. I call that massive.
It's healthy.
Healthy. Okay. Maybe I'm not too much of an optimist when it comes to how far ahead I am with people. If it's more than Mangan, I'm pretty happy. I don't know.
Therefore, you can't be an optimist in the UK. You know that. That's forbidden.
True.
British. This accent means we have to be cynical. It's an obligation.
Accurate. Very nice little upgrade there. I think that.
Yeah, so this is the first time we've seen a call on this table. Actually, everyone's been playing pretty closed and tight.
I'd argue that no one's really had a good opportunity to do it. But yeah,
no.
A lot of these hands have had to be Riichi only, right? Or Reach with Dora or something like that.
A little bit of pent-up frustration wanting to make it move. She's not dealer Sakayori, so she's obviously wanting to make a mark on the table. I mean, Sakayori's team is at the top at the moment. So, yeah, shutting down anyone else moving up will give them a very healthy lead in the total rankings, right?
True.
Just another Dora
what's cool?
here.
Was it Yakuhai? Can't quite see that. It looks like Yakuhai.
I think it is. I think it was the Green Dragon.
Okay, so with the Green Dragon and the East, there is, there's a lot of opportunity there. Also, Tenpai for 2-han on a good weight.
Yeah, and it's true. Typically, if you've got 2 pairs of value honors, you may as well just call.
Yeah, you'll never be without at least one Yaku, right? It might. Ideally, you get both, but.
Dora.
Yeah, 2 Dora, but that 3-so is just sitting there, and it will deal in.
Yeah, she's not sure about that 9-pin. She's not comfortable throwing that one out. Sara's going direct. She doesn't want to lose her dealership. Dora. I mean, in these situations, even if there's no reach on the table, because they've seen these calls, they're going to assume that Sakayori is either Tenpai or very close to Tenpai.
I do think
they're treating her as if she's reached.
Yeah. I do think this hand's going to end with the 3-so getting played, though, because when you've got Dora 2 and you've got Angel Tenpai, the other players don't have Dora, right? And that is Tenpai. Yeah. I think it's a deal in time here, unfortunately.
There it is. Yeah.
There it is.
You called it. Well done. Yeah.
You cast Mahjong long enough, you see these trends, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's unavoidable.
I know, right?
You have a really good hand, and you have no choice but to go for it. And it's 3-so, of course.
It's 3-so. Don't even start with it.
I get the feeling I know who's talking behind the World Reach Championship name on chat. I think I know who that is. It could be anyone. But
be anyone. We can't confirm or deny their identity.
If they're a member of the Sanzo cult and they're in the WRC streaming team, who could it be?
I'm your weird cult detractor because Sam Pin is obviously the far superior tile. And I don't know why.
I see. Okay. Yeah. I love all the tiles equally, I think. But
it's just so woke. That's just so woke.
I actually don't know what I put down as my favorite tile. I was asked at the start of the league. I don't know. I did put down something, but I can't remember what it was.
It's the sort of information we collect before every WRC, and I do have a twisted enjoyment in noting everyone who's changed their tile love. Yeah. Don't put that on your dating profile apps, is all I can say. You will.
I see. Usually, my favorite tile is the one I last won on. Like the one I last won, like a big hand. Or like you deal in with a certain tile. Like we're not friends anymore.
Okay, yeah, exactly. I was about to tile grudges are more important. Like we always get asked about our favorite tiles, but grudges are far more interesting. You get better stories out of those. We got a straight coming here from Itsu, by the way. Sorry, back to the Mahjong.
Sorry, back to Mahjong.
I know. See, I'm always derailing stuff.
No, don't feel bad. It's fine.
It's still Mahjong, but Sara's hand's not looking great. Not loving that. Shibata's hand. Did she just touch that 9-man? Because you cannot let go of that straight. That straight is given to you. Don't let go of it yet. But Kawakami's hand is actually pretty nice.
Yeah.
She.
Pin Fedora 1.
It's got. It's got a lot of ins on it. It's very like I
What
like
do
to
you
say
cut in
spongy
that
because it like
situation?
draws the tiles in.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, if you draw another Dora, you can use that 5-pin, right?
That's true. Yeah. Yeah, I guess you always have to be thinking about that.
Oh. It's a straight.
Not the only person getting close to Tenpai.
But too far.
It is that's kind of an awkward shape, though, right? That's the kind of hand I would consider calling, just because I don't see. I mean, I'd only call the Red Dragon, but I don't see it just drawing to Tenpai that likely, that often, when you've got that awkward pair weight between the Eiso and the Red Dragon.
But she's not dealer, so I'm not sure it's worth pushing. And the Red Dragons give her a nice exit route if someone does something she doesn't like the look of.
That is true.
So
being able to run away is a very powerful skill.
Yes.
The amount of times that
and there's no value there.
True. I will say the one thing that I do like about like taking a call like that is, this is Riichi, that one of the easy ways to defend is to win first, right? But now you see it's Riichi. Yeah. Now you do have those safe tiles.
Yeah, and she's got a Dora, which is probably the tile she did not want to draw after someone had declared reach.
Yeah.
And
Tenpai,
Kawakami is also Tenpai on the 7-man.
The 8-pin pass is the reach, but there's no real guarantee that anything is going to be good about that.
I'd throw the 5-pin.
Oh, it comes out.
I'd throw.
I mean,
come on, if you've thrown an 8-pin Dora, 5-pin's going to be all right.
I'm not going to lie. I reviewed the match yesterday. You did reach something like this yesterday.
Yes, it's a problem.
But yes, the 8-pin's not Dora. The 8-pin is the 7-pin is Dora.
Oh, sorry.
Oh
gosh,
yes.
my brain was in.
Yes,
no,
the
sorry. I apologize.
Display
for the
shows
last
the
2 minutes.
actual Dora, not the indicator. Yeah. I know it's something we should probably say though for anyone who is tuning in and might not necessarily get that straight away. So at least the 8 isn't the Dora, but it's close to the Dora, and 5 especially so. But we know it's safe now. So we have this battle.
Kawakami really wants to get this 7-man, but I think it's buried now. I can't remember where the finals.
Go to a little count. We see 1 obviously here, and I'm just going to moment to. There's 2, but it doesn't matter. With a sumo and not an error flip this time, but the amount of players who had 7-pin had the other lady
nice
one.
Sakayori. Yeah, she keeps her dealership.
We might be here for a while, guys.
Our defending champion is probably feeling that frustration, that why can't I just not lose frustration?
Yes. And that is definitely, so this is something that, again, came up in my own matches recently. How do you keep good mental when someone keeps getting dealer repeats? You get more and more sort of, I want to win something, anything, just cheap, just to stop them from keeping this dealership going. And that's where my mental crumbles. If you have a secret to be able to stay focused during those matches, those moments in time, please tell me. Because you get desperate and then I start making unforced mistakes. That's what I do. Okay, that's 8. Not enough to go for a certain hand that people might enjoy.
Dora is the actual 1 bamboo, by the way. It's not the 2 bamboo. Don't make the psychological. There's Problem is you glance at it, right?
Sara's keeping it.
Glance.
Yeah, we are just as someone who plays online mostly. I am very trained to look at the Dora display and think, yes, it's that +1, but no.
Yeah. And terminal Doras are always another awkward one, right? If you pick one up, I'd suggest they're more awkward than a value honor Dora.
For sure, yes. Yeah, because at least value honor Dora, you can sort of. I guess the weird problem with the value honor Dora is that you can't wait. You might get away with playing a terminal Dora later on in the match, but a value honor, especially if it's live, will almost certainly deal in by the end of the hand. So I guess in a way it's freeing because you're not gonna play it, but
you're
also
liberated choice. There you go.
It just locks you in. Also, what is this? What is this flush developing here?
Kawakami is going for a flush. Yeah, it's a pretty tasty one as well. She's hasn't had to call them.
Yeah, if we can get this closed,
Sa-
obviously it's worth one more hand. Trying to make a nice little closed mangan. Sorry, no, Hanneman, sorry. My bad. But we'll see.
Is she tempo? No, she's not tempo.
Yeah, it's not going to be a full flush. But still.
No. Sarah is thinking about
good enough.
Sanshaku on the 789. Sakayori's looking for her speed. And yeah, Shibata. That's just sad. I'm sorry, Shibata.
Sometimes you get just dealt a hand of tiles and you just decide, you know what, actually, I can fold this. I don't need to fight this hand.
Okay. That's a good question. Do you ever fold from the very start?
I do. Usually when I'm ahead. I try not to do it when I'm behind because I don't want to give up on the one chance to if the stars align and I drew 6 really useful tiles in a row, I don't want to give up on that. But if I'm ahead, then yeah. Sometimes just
I don't know, but
I don't have it today.
But if you're not dealer, like you just don't want to lose more points, right? Like I know she's not ahead; she's quite far behind. But
You have a reach for the half flush.
Well, that was a little smile on the corners of her lips there. I saw that.
Yeah,
I saw that. I think she's psychologically strong. That lady.
Yeah.
Sakayori has to now decide how much he wants her dealership.
Yeah, to be fair, that this couple does look. I guess that this card pool looks a little bit flushy, right? With a really early 5-man cut.
Yeah.
And a pretty late, but not too late, but a pretty late cut of the honor tiles. I'd be tempted to think that was a flush. So I'd be scared about this one pin.
You wouldn't be saying that that's a pinfu hand, would you?
No, you would not be thinking pinfu.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, so she's waiting on the 5-8 pin. But here's the 5 pin in Sara's hand, and she is making the right decisions. But that's something that you touch on that I really would like to impress upon newcomers to the game. So when we talk about discard reading, often the first thing you need to really identify is this discard pool diverging from what you'd expect for a pinfu hand? Like if you use the pinfu hand as your metric, you need to be going, right, is this pinfu or is it not? If it's pinfu, then you can start playing your Suji and all of that. If it's not, you might want to fold
also
from
really
until you can get some more tools in your box.
If you're new, I would just suggest like looking at your own discards and thinking like, okay, so what kind of things do I want to get rid of first? Like usually if you're making pinfu, you'll probably try and get rid of honor tiles that are not your win first, try and clear those away. You'll try and maybe get rid of some of the outside tiles going in to try and get more sequences. But it's when you sort of start noticing those patterns in your own play and you start thinking, okay, so what happens when they do this? And
exactly.
Yeah, so we see like a really early 5 and something's not quite right. We also see none of one suit. We start thinking something's not quite right about that either. Until the reach, of course, and then suddenly you're like, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a dark artist discard reading, whatever anyone tells you.
It is mostly just vibes. Honestly, for me anyway. It's mostly just vibes, but like when something feels off, and you sort of just have to sort of, I guess, get an instinct from that for basing stuff around your own play, and just like, yeah. The big thing is obviously when you see nothing but simple tiles. That's one of the worst red flags you can see. So you're like, oh, okay. Why are you cutting a 5 and then a 4? It all 3 suits. What's going on?
Yeah,
but you can see
I'm not
like
sure there's going to come up Kawakami. Everyone is folding around her. They're not going to give her what she needs.
Yeah, this might even just go to exhaustive draw. That's why I decided to go on a tangent. Sorry, but
yeah, no, it's no one else is pushing against her. Obviously, they are intimidated by this homecoming champion. There's another 5 pin.
I'd argue very rightly so.
Good.
Really good defense from everyone here. And we do keep seeing the 5s and 8s, just not in the right player's hand.
Yeah. Is the last tile? No, not quite.
And that's the other thing about defense. oftentimes you might have a tile that might deal in, but if you've got a 100% chance, just take that. It's just so much safer to go for the. Yeah, exactly, Demi. Exactly.
Yeah, poor Kawakami here is going to be frustrated that she didn't draw that. That would have been tidy for her.
Mm. Yeah, trying to avoid tilt when you get unlucky sometimes in Mahjong is it's a skill. I would say I'm not the best at it, but yes, sometimes you just don't get lucky, and it just happens. It's fine. You just have to move on. Hopefully, you'll be rewarded for your good play with a good hand next time. We'll see. We'll see.
Oh, we are moving on to Shibata being the dealer. So, I mean, this game has moved quite. Oh gosh, poor Sara. That is absolute cack. The technical term in Mahjong for a bad draw. Cack. It's just cack.
I'll start using that in future.
It's like ack, but it kind of sticks in the back of your throat. Like, cack.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you want to know the proper pronunciation of that well-known Japanese word.
I would say the dealer here, Shibata, has a very good start.
Yeah, I was going to say, Shibata is not doing badly, and she needs some points to make a comeback. You don't want to be going into South round with I mean, they're still not that far away from each other. You're seeing that typical dynamic where two move away from each other and kind of battling each other, and two move down with each other and are battling each other.
Yeah.
But if you're on the dealer, you have great opportunity to hoover up some points and push yourself back up into the winning group.
So here's a question.
Kawakami's hand is also nice. Sorry.
In situations like this, do you focus on? So let's say you're Shibata right now. Are you focusing more on third place or fourth place in terms of what kind of value you aim your hand at?
I mean, as dealer with another dealership on the way, I'm looking at first still.
Okay,
I think
fair.
East 4, I think it's too soon to be like going, oh no, I'm at the bottom, I'm going to stay at the bottom. Now we've just got a reach from Shibata though, so she's obviously wanting a nice fast win so she can keep her dealership, which I think is the right way to go.
Exactly, yeah. Dealer Riichi is always going to be something people have to pay attention to.
Yeah.
Shibata this is actually her... Oh, there's the draw, I believe. It was sumo, right? It wasn't.
Yeah, it's sumo. Yeah, sumo.
Yeah. This is the first time playing Yukan Fuji, and she says she's not used to playing rules where you have to aim for first. So we were just talking about this, right?
Yes.
Not used to playing being more used to playing for kind of middle of the ground, or at least not last. But no, we're going for first today. So yeah, it's tricky, right? Because depending on the format, especially when the format like this one has a massive first place bonus, you really do have to just go for it, right? You can't just give up or just fold every hand and take second or third. Especially when you could theoretically get, I think, 20,000 points go to first place, I believe. In addition to the rank bonus, the Oka they call it. So yeah, it's tricky. Yeah, she's been on broadcast tables before, but she's never won a game on a broadcast. So we'll see. Maybe this will be the. We were talking about not losing versus winning. Maybe this is the dream of winning a game coming true.
Yeah, I mean, that was a great hand for Shibata. So now it's really just Kawakami now who desperately has to make some moves. She does have a dealership ahead though, so it's not disastrous.
Yeah, true. I don't think anyone has Dora right now, unless I'm missing. Oh no, there we go. Dora 3, no less. Okay, well. That's the kind of hand that I'd almost consider opening for something like an outside hand. I would be very tempted to start calling. Doesn't always work out when I try and open for an outside hand, but that makes it slightly awkward.
This isn't. Yeah, I don't think this is an outside hand jobber, but I definitely would be looking for options to call. Sara again has the threat of a straight. I've noticed a lot of straight threats here. No.
Yeah, it's a hand I always joke that it doesn't exist because you want to go for it so often, and it does happen. Just doesn't happen anywhere near as often as you want it to. But
I think people are attracted to it and maybe over push it, which is the problem. No?
Maybe. I think that's seems about right. Yeah. But yeah, the amount of books I've read that say Itsu, like, don't go for it.
Yeah,
the actual winning rate of it is low enough. You probably shouldn't. You
do have to allow it to be gifted to you. Yeah.
Yeah. Just because
I'd
shouldn't force
level the same argument about Ipeco. No, like
I do think Ipeco is a luck-based Yaku. I do believe that. Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
I think you can get wiggle room to allow it to happen, but whether it happens or not is entirely luck. Kind of like Sanshoku in a way, but you can definitely set up the two sequences to try and make the third one.
It's when I ask people, like, it's when I ask people what Yaku they're going for, and they're like, I want to go for Ipeco, and I'm like, oh, really? Oh, don't do that.
I mean, I want to go for Ipeco. Whether I will or not is entirely up to the wall, but I want to.
Yeah. Compared to Sanshoku, it's just not attractive to me. So Sakayori here is she's I think I'd throw those wests now. I was just gonna do that.
I would have just taken 2 for 6 and hoped I drew the 3 or 5, but did exactly what she chose to do. But we'll see which one. If the West cut was correct, we'll find out. I'm sure. Oh, very interesting. 7 pairs potentially.
Oh, no.
But you have to cut Dora.
What does she do? Yeah.
Takes the
and she doesn't reach it.
Tuso was just cut, so maybe someone else is going to consider cutting their one, perhaps.
Maybe that's.
Or we could be fishing for a better weight.
Lot of points to make up.
It could just be fishing for a better weight.
Maybe. I'd like to see what she does next.
Oh, 6 pins not quite there.
Yeah, that sucks. Yeah, she'd have thrown the West like I believed she should. But that is.
See, now this is a hand I'd reach.
Oh,
okay,
she's still not
changes weight, but doesn't reach. Interesting. Once cut terminal is perfect for 7 pairs. It's what I would be waiting for. I'd be all in on that, hoping that I end up scooping the Apatsu or someone, but that won't happen. We don't know. I think no one's got a 9 man in their hand, but.
Yeah. But throwing that 9 pin, that Dora must have hurt. Oh, it hurts so much.
2 concealed triplets, not quite.
A lot with you, Kawakami.
It's fine. It's fine. The 7 pairs can still happen. It still can happen. There's still 2 9-mans out there. Yeah, Itsu is. I would say I'd actually agree with you, Pez. I do think Itsu is pretty. It's a pretty hand. That's definitely accurate. Also, I missed the sumo.
Just on a Tanya.
At least you've won a hand. I think sometimes
didn't have that on her face.
Sometimes for mental, I think.
If I'd have lost that 2 Dora 7 pairs, I'd have had the saddest face in the universe.
Yes. 2 Dora 7 pairs, but also a chance of 2 concealed triplets with 3 Dora potentially.
Yeah.
Although I do think you go 7 pairs there, even though I love the idea of potentially 4 concealed triplets.
I think unless yeah, I think unless you've got conditions, which mean you need to go for something crazy. Yeah, you're quite right. It was the right thing to do.
Yeah. It just feels bad. It feels really bad.
Now, I mean, the psychology aspect is going to be really important for Kawakami here because we're going into South, and she is very much at the bottom of this pack.
At the bottom, and your last dealership. So.
Yeah, she doesn't make some moves in this dealership. She could be in trouble. Sara has a lot of terminals and honors. That's all I can say.
Say though, for mental though, Kawakami is also a poker player, so hopefully is
She has the
good at
poker
sort of
face. That's why.
keeping cool under pressure. Last season, we said she was the individual champion, but she got 19 firsts out of 40 games.
Oh my
That's
word!
insane. I don't know how anyone can do that just for the variance. That's really, really good. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see if this will be another first. A lot of work to be done, but anything can happen. While you've still got a dealership left, you have a chance to score an infinite number of points.
Infinite number of points.
Yeah,
you definitely are an optimist.
I took that one from a friend in the Australian Mahjong group.
Oh, okay. That explains it. Came from down under. I get it. They've got a lot of sun there and a lot of beer. It's much nicer than the warm beer we drink here in the rain.
But it is technically correct, right? As long as you keep winning as dealer, you can keep going forever. So, in theory,
it's true. But Sara
call?
is wanting to call. She is south. That's 2 hand for her right there. And she's got one of those hands which are just made for calling.
The power of double south is just Shibata. Really nice, and we do see the reach. We're gonna reply. Oh, this is really awkward for Kawakami.
Yeah.
Seeing the reach come out and having that 5-7-7 shape, neither of those look good.
Are you not going to want to throw the tile adjacent to the reach tile either, are you?
No.
It's
I will argue that maybe you could feel okay about cutting like the 2-3 so. Maybe the 3 is safe, obviously. We do see 3 of the 4 so's and 2 of the 3 so's. So what are the odds of them having 3-4, right? What are the odds?
It's a bold move.
I would probably just cut the 3 so for now and think real hard about whether I want to cut the 2 later, but probably not yet. We'll see.
Yeah.
The 2 just goes out though.
Oh, there she goes. Yeah. I mean, she's got to get some points back. It's her last dealership. I support her.
There are definitely times where you have no real choice. You have to just make something happen.
Oh.
But the chance of that is going to be crushed.
Wow, that's going to hurt Kawakami because she wasn't even an agent in her own demise. Sometimes it feels better to throw in, right, than watch someone else throw in for you. And you're like,
that's fair.
There goes my dealership.
The feeling of, well, I pushed it as much as I could. There was nothing I could have done. Even if I knew exactly what I was going to draw, I still couldn't have built a hand this time. So I feel bad, but I can't feel that bad. I just have to focus on the next hand and hope it goes better.
Whilst we wait for the draw, I want to remind everyone to like and subscribe on the channel. Thank you if you already like and subscribe. I see other commentators saying that, so I say it too.
Yeah, we're growing, and I hope that people are enjoying the content and want to see more. So do support our content, and there will be more, hopefully.
It does. It makes us, it gives Jen particularly warm, fuzzy feelings inside. She gets very excited. So if you want to make Jen happy, and she has a beautiful smile, like and subscribe for bigger and more beautiful smiles from Jen.
And we move on to
Kawakami's draw is back to that technical term, CAC, really.
Yeah, it's very, very
getting some points together. Yeah, she needs points, and the wall is not obliging for her. Shibata here has a cheeky lead. It's not a healthy lead; it's a cheeky lead.
The 2,000 points is nice, but you are going to be last dealer, so it never feels good to be last dealer when you only have a small lead.
Really, because I love being last dealer in
any sumo from any other player, and you end up paying sumo loss.
But the nice thing about being the last dealer is not only do you have the potential for infinite points, as you so rightly put it, but also you could be the kingmaker. So even if you're fundamentally out of the game and you're not going to win or do well at all, you can still ruin someone else's day. And I love that power.
I see. We do a little bit of trolling here. I get it.
Yeah, please, no one clip that and send it to my future employer. That's all I ask. And it's just an immediate HR case right there.
By the way, I'm pretty excited about the dealer Sancho here right now.
Yeah, so am I. It's just sort of a. Sara's had some nice hands, and she's played them well.
Exactly.
Yeah, she's had the good balance between push and pull. Yeah.
Oh, and there's the 7-pin. So Tenpai choosing to stay closed on the 3-pin. Are you a fan of are you a fan of Dharma here? I know you have your
3-pin obviously is I know the 3-pin will give, so I don't need to push 3-pin to give. I just believe in 3-pin will come out.
3-pin is twice cut though, so there are only 2 left in the wall.
Yeah.
And played twice by Shibata.
I mean, there's a nice upgrade potential here though, because of course if you do draw the 5-pin, you can add a pin through to your Sanshoku. In which case I would reach it for sure.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't have taken the 2-pin, 8-pin weight. That never feels good when you've got a pair, but your pair is in a bit of a pair sequence thing like that. 7, 8, 8, 9. Yeah. Never feels good.
And of course, Sara is the dealer. Like, eyes are going to be more on her. If she reaches, it's never coming out. That 3-pin will not come out.
True.
So
here's my spicy question.
Okay, I like spice.
If you keep the 2-2 instead of 2-4 and the 8-8, you could then draw the 7-pin.
She had 2-4.
Was it 2-4-4? Was it? I thought it was 2-2-4. Either way.
No, it was 2-4-4. Okay.
If you then cut the 2 instead of the 4 and kept the 7, 8, 8, 9, what would you'd have the option of maybe drawing a 7-pin and getting a 2-sided weight?
Oh no, you're back in the Ipeco.
I know, but like having the option of Ipeco to draw it, if you're going to Dharma anyway, keeping the option of an Ipeco happening.
No, I think the 3-pin is more likely to come out, personally.
Interesting. Yeah, I feel really unconfident about that 3-pin, but maybe that's just my lack of optimism. Perhaps I don't know.
I prefer the upgrade. Like, I see where you're coming from, but I always feel like Ipeco is the siren on the. There you go, 3-pin.
You know
Thank
what?
you.
Fair
Always
enough.
gives.
So Sanshoku Dora 1.
Yeah, I feel like Ipeco is the siren on the rocks. You know, making people do things they should not. Anyway, Sara is now got a healthy lead, I think.
Yes, cheeky lead is definitely another famous Japanese technical term. I agree. But yes, not only would it have been Ipeco potentially, but also Pinfu, right? So it's not just one hand of upgrades; it's potentially 2 or 1.5, I guess, if you don't count Pinfu as a full hand because you lose Fu. But yeah, I don't know. Still, the 3-1, so I can't really contest that. I suppose
the 3-pin will deliver. You follow us as 3-so. Take note. You are following a false god.
Oh, I can't wait until a certain someone ends up joining the call.
Oh yeah.
To respond to these accusations against 3-so.
It's all right. We haven't picked the antagonist yet either, so we can decide which grudge. Maybe we'll share a grudge tile, the 3-pin group and the 3-so group, and it'll be okay. We'll find some common ground in that way.
Okay.
I don't know.
I know that I think 7-pin was a thing happening in New York at one point to try and be the anti 3-so.
Wow.
Oh right, Max is good tiles 3-pin. Okay. You know what? I gotta respect 3-pin more then, I suppose. I guess I have no choice.
Yeah. There you go. Max is a great player as well. So
Max is a great player.
I'm a good company. Yeah.
Okay, so yes,
you do realize that with all of this memeing, we're gonna end up accidentally
missing this entire hand.
Wow, missing the entire hand with 4 draws.
Sakayori is currently. I know. Was it Sakayori? Or was it Sara who's 1 away from Tempo right now? I think the camera may have done a cheeky switch while I was starting my sentence. Yes, dealer reach right here, waiting on 147, 3-sided weight for Riichi Pinfu.
I was about to say Sara's points were wrong, right? They just updated. It wasn't in my brain, was it?
Yeah, it did say 26,000, 28,000 earlier. So I'm assuming that The broadcasters, the original broadcasters, have to catch up.
Oh yeah, you see, sometimes they even make mass mistakes in Japan. It's unbelievable, but it does happen. I was staring that, half listening to you, going like, it can't be right. That can't be right. She definitely had a good lead. So, now Sara can reach, even if. I mean, I wouldn't be looking for upgrades then. Getting people to fold out.
It's still a 3-sided weight though. I will say the 6 pin is a bit of a warning sign.
Helps.
Oftentimes, I think it's about 5% more likely to deal in tiles around the reach tile.
Yeah.
So people worrying about 4-7, 5-8, yeah, that certainly is a danger zone, and will deal in this time around. But with this many tiles, 1-4-7,
yeah,
just draw it yourself. Exactly.
As I said, everyone folding to her is a great outcome.
Yeah, especially when you have this many chances.
She can let people bleed out around her. It's easy. It's nice for her. For everyone else, terrible. Sorry, everyone else.
I almost made the same mistake you did. I almost made the same mistake you did and said, yes, 1-so is Dora. No, 1-so is not Dora. 9-so is Dora.
So Shibata is her closest rival. It's still, almost 15,000. Well, it's about 14,000 points really, but yeah, that is a healthy lead. The risk here, of course, is that Shibata has a dealership. Oh,
so Sara's lead will increase yet more, but no Aradora this time. Still, though, a very nice Riichi Pinfu.
Yeah. It's going to be good for her. Sorting out the change. I'm sure they do that. I sometimes, like to recollect when Europe used scoring sheets and didn't use sticks to do the points. Those were really bad times. You think that people's maths is bad now when they calculate their final score sheets. Those like hand-by-hand score sheets were just an absolute disaster every single game.
Oh no!
And a lot of the work of being a ref was grabbing people's sheets and correcting their mental arithmetic. Just like,
I guess.
Although I do dream of having my own scoring table, like the RFID things. I'd love that, and never have to do maths ever again. It'd be wonderful.
Was there a situation where like all 4 players had to fill out the form, and then you compared notes at the end, or?
No, we never did that. But it was so. One of my worst experiences at a Mahjong tournament was someone alleged that I had cheated because I was the person, like usually only one person took responsibility for the score sheet and filled it in. And I would always fill in the score sheet. Often it was me being chosen because I'm loud and people thought that maybe I knew what I was doing. Jokes on them. But I would always complete it and then I would put it in the middle of the table and ask everyone to check it. So I was doing it like that. And then this guy stops and says, oh no, 3 hands ago, you wrote the scores differently. Like I shouldn't have paid. I should have been paid. And then the other 2 players were just completely silent. And I was like, well, what do you do now? And he's like, well, you've done it wrong on purpose. And I'm like, I haven't done it wrong. And I haven't done it wrong on purpose. Like, I'm pretty confident this is right. But when you have those situations, it's just impossible to correct.
Even if you did do it wrong, the rest of the table had a chance to call you out on it when you showed it to them, right?
Yeah.
So
yeah, exactly.
At that point, I would say, well, you had a chance to contest this way earlier before. That's crazy.
It was a really awkward situation, right? But and this is why I always stress that actually the responsibility for correct scoring, belongs with the entirety of the table. You can't just make it one person's problem. It has to be of everyone. And scoring sticks do help with that, And once it's very much more visible who's paid who. And once the score has been completed, that's it. There's no more disputes, no more claims, right? So anyway, that's my story.
I really do want to talk about this hand from Kawakami.
Yeah, Kawakami's Ipeiko.
Because obviously the official move would be to cut the 1, but the 1 actually the 1 isn't Dora. Why didn't she cut the 1? I would have cut the 1 man there. Hang on. There was definitely a long thought about that, but I made the same mistake once again, thinking the 1 man was Dora. See, I wasn't making that mistake until you mentioned it. Now
sorry.
Now I'm thinking the 1 man's Dora, but I think the 4-man cut is very interesting there, right? You have the triplet of Wonsos, which doesn't ever get discarded.
Yeah.
I would have probably kept the sequences and gone headless. Because you could always have drawn 3-man, 4-man for Tenpai, right? You could always have drawn either the potential sequences and gotten to Tenpai with a pair that way, or you could have ended up cutting 1-man, and then Wonso gets Tenpai that way. But it was, yeah,
Let's have a look.
This felt really awkward.
I mean,
it's such an awkward position.
Well,
I guess this is now Tenpai. Yeah, I guess it's one step faster to keep the 1-man pair, because if I had made the decision of cutting 1-man, I'd still be Shanten. So I guess there's that.
Problem I have, the question I would ask Kawakami, if I could ask her, is where did you think the points were coming? Like, I know we're at South 2, so we've still got 2 more dealerships. However, it's really not a lot of points that you've reached for here. Although, you'd Sumoi Patsu, then you start getting a few points.
I guess there was the long shot of drawing Wonso. We still hadn't seen the last Wonso, so there was a chance we could have closed Khan to try and fish out some more Dora, I guess. There was, I don't know. You're right, though. It is a win, but it's even with the Patsu, it's not going to change the whole table by itself. But it's a step.
I know. So sometimes you just kind of need to... Yeah, I need to change that vibe, right? It does knock Sara off her dealership, and she really was running ahead.
That's true.
But sometimes my instinct is to see if she'll manage to attack someone else for a lot of points that I end up third by doing nothing.
Yeah, that's definitely also a strategy. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. In some of my recent games, I was also doing that because I had a massive loss, and the player to my right was dealer. So I was like, "Please cheat these tiles. Just get to Tenpai and run someone other than me. I can't win, but you can drag someone else down, please. Please pull my tiles."
But Kawakami now is happily in distance now of third place.
Yeah, only 600 points. Literally one Riichi stick will do it. So. I guess it's not even that really that far from second, right?
No, she's not.
Among undirect hits plus the Riichi stick.
Yeah.
It can happen. Yeah. I know I'm being optimistic here, perhaps too optimistic, but it can happen.
So I had a thought there about that north wind, obviously wanting an exit route if necessary. Yeah. So Shibata is probably remembering when she was ahead and wondering how she gets there, but I think really she doesn't look like a hand that she needs to waste points for in the light of her having a dealership next.
That's fair. I don't like folding hands straight away, but yeah.
I love it, but there's something deeply wrong inside me that I haven't been able to articulate.
I'm sure that's not true.
It's very true. It's why I'm here. It's why I'm playing Mahjong. I think most people who play Mahjong have something deeply wrong inside that they haven't managed to articulate. Yeah, this wonderful, frustrating game. Oh, Sara drew another north, and yeah, that's definitely an exit route for her. That, but she doesn't need to. She doesn't need to waste her points, right? Like obviously, Kawakami and Sakayori are really going to be fighting it out for second at this stage. So she really probably could just stay quiet and let the bodies float down past her.
That does make sense. But yeah, I don't know. I still would be looking for first, even if I don't think I'm going to get there. It does look like this hand is almost becoming all simples of all things for the dealer, which I guess is actually fine because it lets you get another dealer repeat. But I wonder if we're going to be seeing the Wests get cut.
Oh, there's the Dora. So
I would be very tempted to cut the Wests there. Just go, you know what? It's Nyao Dora once, all simples. But I am just desperate to keep my dealership.
For the Wests, no?
Yeah. Don't just yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I'd bury that 3-pin because it's a potential risk for you.
Oh, what a good draw.
Oh, interesting. No. So she wants to wait on the Wests. That is a
It is a
bold and
once cut
exciting
terminal.
move. And yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how this plays out for her, because that is a risky. Yeah, so I think it is a risky undertaking. If it comes, reach.
2-5 is the weight, which is going to make this 4. No, it would have been tenpai on a 3-sided weight with potential all simples. The 4 just goes. A really sad, sort of grumpy. You can tell the emotion in that 4-man discard.
I was right. Yeah. Can you have emotions in your discard? Because there was yeah. Kawakami has decisions to make, and she decides to fold. She's out.
Yeah, I mean, especially if you can see that Sakayori is pushing. Maybe the way you get third place here is by Sakayori dealing in, and just let it happen.
Yeah, exactly as I said. Just watch the bodies float by.
So pursuit reach.
Shibata is
on 6-9.
Going in for it.
I respect it. Getting a cheap win now, if you're lucky, gets you into a position where you might be able to sneak ahead of the first place position.
On that 3-sided weight. Tenpai.
It's going. You played the 4. Reach. You might as well play the 7.
Yeah.
So Riichi, Pinfu, Dora 1.
And yeah, Kawakami is aggressively out.
Yeah.
As she should be.
Trying to do a bit of count, but by the time I finish counting 1 for 7, it might be finished.
Yeah.
Oh, the 7's pretty much gone. 7 is gone.
Yeah, there's not an obvious exit, but yeah, the pin, yeah.
I think 1 is also gone. This 1 for 7 weight's actually really bad. Oh no. Unfortunate for the dealer. I think I see all the 1s. I think I see all the 7s. How many 4s are there left? 1. It might be a 1-tile weight.
I can feel my heartbeat raising. I'm not enjoying this.
Oh.
It's too stressful.
I mean, that's Mahjong, right? That's what we live for.
Rest. Yeah.
Yes. This is more than likely going to go to exhausted draw from the looks of it, then.
Yeah, it looks like
it. Will keep their dealership and get a little bit further away from Kawakami.
Gosh, do you know what? My nightmare is just playing hands where everyone else reaches every single time. Maybe they double reach, and I'm just sat there whilst everyone's double reach. It's just me.
Yes. The most terrifying thing, Yori Shanten, you see a reach. Every time. Just, I'm finding it. I might be first tempai. No, I'm not first tempai. And the one tile you got left is like a 5-5-6 shape. You decided to keep the 5-4 just to try and get tempai just a little bit faster. And you're like, I can't play this 5 anymore. Can't do it. I wish I could, but I can't.
It's funny how your route to a really big winning hand usually is much easier because there's less actual decision making to make, right? You're like, wow, I've got 3 Dora, I'm just gonna go.
Yes.
It's when you're in those middle periods where you're like, oh no, I'm gonna have to decide, am I going or am I not? It's yeah.
I think someone, a wise person once said, sometimes a hand is like a driverless car. And you're stuck locked in. You don't know if you're going to make it to the exit safely. But if you do, you'll get there really quickly.
You can grab the wheel, right?
The person who said this, by the way, was you. But turn to Riichi.
I said this.
Yes.
Oh no. Gosh, Gemma.
Turn to Reach.
Was I drinking?
Oh no, I think
Turn to Reach.
Wait. 2 5-pin.
Yeah. It was.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yes.
5-pin.
Sakayori just came to Tokyo from today from a parents' house in Ibaraki. So 2 hour. She had a 2-hour journey to get here to play. Oh, Sakayori, you came here.
You think that's a distance because you're a Brit. Whereas if I asked an American that, they'd be like, yeah, okay, 2 hours. I'll just jump in the car. I can drive 2 hours. That's like no time at all for them, right?
Okay, fair. Yeah, she's afraid her mum will complain if she doesn't win today. Oh. Sakayori. Oh.
Sakayori. It's all right. There's nothing worse than your mother's disappointment.
It's fine. Maybe she might at least get. I mean, she's still got a dealership. She can win infinite points, right? She can win infinite points.
Infinite points. Yeah. Is that enough for a mother, though? Is that enough?
We'll see. 3 games so far, no first places. Also works as a poker dealer, so we have 2 poker people.
I noticed my mother wasn't all that impressed when I just got CCCC, and I kept telling her, it's okay, there's infinite A's in my future. Just not yet.
I was very good at school. I got all the good grades.
I was a kid that skipped class behind the temporary cabins and perfected the art of smoking. Do not smoke, children. It's very bad for you. Not recommended. Yeah,
it looks like everyone here is
nice though that Mahjong attracts all the different walks of life. Though the good students and the bad students all love Mahjong. That's the takeaway.
Yeah, I ended up learning about Mahjong because I think it was this is the most nerdy way of getting into Mahjong, but I think it was a tabletop role-playing game. I wanted to find some people online playing the tabletop role-playing game, so I was going to host it with a group of friends. And the person who I watched would also stream, and they'd stream Mahjong, and I had no idea what the rules were. But eventually I just stuck around long enough and then gave it a go, and oh gosh, now I'm here.
This is fairly peak nerd. Yeah, this is fairly peak nerd.
This is like the most
my
nerdy.
excuse was Jen's lovely smile was what attracted me in. I would have been alright if it hadn't been for her smile. So yeah.
So it's all Jen's fault. I see.
Deadly. It's all Jen's fault. Yeah.
Brilliant.
Jen's fault.
But yes, finally the 2-pin. I was worried if this was also going to go to exhaustive draw, but
I kind of wanted her to draw the Dora though.
That would have been nice.
But she needed that Dora, right? Because she just needs a few more points. A few more points would have put her in shooting distance of second place, but she's not going to.
That eye roll of
the maps in my head. Yeah, it's like could have been a 5-pin. Could have hit the Eurodora, but thanks Mahjong. Here I am. Frustratingly not in a good enough position.
At least out of last place. But yes.
Yeah.
No,
but she's not comfortably out of last place.
And it's not comfortable, exactly.
No.
Yeah, you could say it's a cheeky third, right? That's the official term. A cheeky third.
I don't know. Do you know? I'm not. No, because a second can be cheeky. I think a third is. Yeah, there needs to be a bit more frustration, right?
Okay. Yeah.
I'll try and think of a good British slang word by the time we get to the end of the stream for a third place.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Shibata's start right now. I think it's got a lot of potential just to try and get this dealership going. Well, yeah. So I'm mixing up with Kawakami start. Okay. Which is fast.
Well-placed hands from her would get her into first. She's not drawing what she needs. And Sara is not having any of it.
Opportunity to call or even calm the green dragon, but chose not to. I think in this situation, you don't need to reveal you've got dragons. Just go for it. I'd like to say go for a cheap hand, but doesn't ever feel good.
I mean, she needs a direct hit on Shibata. She wants the second place with the draw that she's got. And Sara is obviously going to go fast. She's called those red dragons. She is not letting go of her lead. Sakayori. Yeah, I mean, there's a 3-4-5 Sanshoku potential here. But Kawakami is not going to give her any space to build that value.
Yeah. I think, honestly, in this situation for Kawakami, you just have to take the third place. As long as it's not second, sometimes that's the best you can really do. It doesn't feel good.
To take the third place, she's going to have to work. She's going to have to lock it in.
Absolutely. The call will help, it's but it's not guaranteed.
Yeah, there's going to be some sad calls from Kawakami is my expectation.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the 3-4-5 Sanshoku is just not going to happen either from the dealer.
No.
That's okay. The dealer doesn't necessarily need
Sara
value
still has some. Sara needed some better calls though to get faster. She's losing a little bit of pace here. Kawakami is moving forward. She's gonna be happy with that. Sara is now making the call she needs. Yeah.
The two players who've both called or both have back high, going very cheap. Neither are the dealer, so I do think this game is going to end this hand. But we'll see. Maybe Shibata can build something with this. I just think the other player is going to be way too fast here, especially with a third call. 2-3 pin is the weight.
And it's, nice weight for a very called hand.
Yeah, kind of. Neither of these feel safe for Kawakami, but I feel like you kind of have no choice but to push a little bit. I mean, there are 3 calls. I guess if you deal in, even if it's just to Sara, it might still be the end for you in terms of your position. So it's awkward, right? When you really want to guarantee your position, but you don't want to be the reason you push to then also be the reason you lose. It's awkward. Hadaki is good for flow? Okay. Yeah, doesn't take the pair weight. This is really going to be... Actually, how many 2s and 3s do we see? I see 2 in the discards of the 3s. How about 2-pin? This actually seems like a very strong weight. Just based on the number of tiles available right now.
Still got to come out. They can all be hidden there. But she's waiting for the 3-pin as well. And do you know what? I always think the 3-pin doesn't like if you're waiting for other tiles. He likes to be weighted, just him alone, to know your commitment.
I see. So we have law now.
There's a lot of law.
I'm here for this. This is great.
Coming out my head.
Well, it's just really awkward, isn't it? 3 does deal in, which is going to be really unfortunate. Especially about... Yeah, whoa, it's over. It's over. 3-6.
Nope.
Kawakami does manage to cement their third place. Make it slightly less bad.
This type of third, we're going to call it a cheesy third, with the etymology being cheesed off. Cheesy third.
I see. That does make sense. Yeah.
That does make sense, right? That works, kind of.
But she fought really hard to get that third. It could have been worse. Third.
She did.
She
fight.
Well done, Kawakami. She looks so upset.
Yeah. Shiori is 4th.
I'm sorry, Sakayori. You?
She's not changing the locks as we speak.
Oh no!
We'll ask Jen to interview her next, just so we can all get closure that she is still okay. Sorry, I made this stream go very dark. I apologise.
It's got really dark. I'm sorry. That was a really fun match, honestly.
It was fun. I really enjoyed commentating with you as well. I think I've managed to create some new memes in the process. Just remember, cheeky second, cheeky third. I want to hear those liberally.
Yeah, I like that a little bit. Like, kind of, you just found like the secret to winning, the Mahjong secret. Just get a dealer buy money swan. Yeah, I like that, Pez. The Mahjong secret.
Yeah, the script declares we should summarize the game.
That's true. Yes. We had a lot of... honestly, I think the game was mostly decided in the East round, right? Like, we had a lot of dealer repeats, East 2, East 3. Both Sara and I believe Shibata. Actually, so it would have been East 4, wasn't it? But yeah, both Sara and Shibata getting a nice early lead. Honestly, we saw those dealer repeats, and I thought that it was going to be pretty confirmed. But then, yeah.
I think the luck wasn't on Kawakami's side.
Yeah, no, Kawakami just had the worst luck.
But Sara had the push-pull balance perfect. She folded when she needed to fold, and she pushed when she needed to push, and it was beautiful to watch. You know, if you were to review that game, I would recommend just looking at Sara and how she made those decisions. You know, they weren't just the right decisions; they were the right decisions at the right timing, which is another challenge. You can always make the right decision to fold or push, but do it at the wrong part of the game and stumble as a result.
We also saw a lot of closed hands, right? There wasn't that much calling that game.
Yeah. Some of the games in the Yukan Fuji have been quite cally. Can you make it cally? Call happy.
We can say cally, yeah, sure.
This one was a bit more
obviously it sped up near the end when scores were pretty set, and especially when players ahead just like, I just wanted the game to be over. But yeah, especially early on. The East round, I think we had one call the entire East round.
Yeah. It did feel like a little bit like a standard playbook, right? Like the way that the whole, you know, that there was a bit of trepidation at the beginning as everyone found their feet, and then once those conditions started getting locked in, people were playing those conditions. Everyone was playing those conditions really well. Sometimes the luck wasn't with them.
Yeah, we all know what it's like when we have some really bad luck in the East round, and we have a massive deficit to come up with, and you're trying your best to make something happen, and you push a little bit more than you need to, but you still, this doesn't quite work out. Honestly, though, from Kawakami getting it out of last and then managing to keep it at the very end is really impressive. I feel really sad for Sakayori, but yeah, a lot of respecting pushes, a lot of really good defense, right? We saw a lot of early reaches and just players just shut down their entire hand. A lot of the time, you try and sort of like duck and weave a little bit. I can probably get away with trying this. I think this hand might be good enough. I could maybe play this, but not this game. There's a lot of people just dismantling their entire hand, and it paid off, especially with people in the lead. So yeah. Really good positional play, really good defensive play from the people in yeah, exactly. It was really fun. It was honestly a really interesting
commentary. Amazing commentary. Only slightly derailed.
I think a little bit of derailing is fine, as long as it's still hopefully interesting, right, guys? Right?
Yeah, right.
Right?
And give us feedback on whether you like two British accents or whether you're like, no, please give us the North Americans again, please. And I think Tips is joining next.
Yeah, speaking of not Americans, we'll be having a Canadian.
Not Americans. Yeah, I guess it's true. But Jeremy isn't one of those ones with the very British accent Canadians, so yeah.
I wonder how many of them are still around anymore.
Yeah.
British
there's that strange transatlantic accent you always hear in the old movies, and you're like, is that British or is that American? Like, what is that? Yeah. Welcome, Jeremy.
That's fair. Thank you. I am back from New York Comic Con, where Jen, who was doing a lot of the behind the scenes work, also was teaching, as well as Garth from the JPML. That was pretty wild. It was in collaboration with Sparrow's Nest, which, as Gemma mentioned, is the studio in New York run by the United States Professional Mahjong League. And they even brought a number of the automatic tables to the convention. It was crazy seeing them on the forklift in the boxes and stuff. And bringing out...
I heard that Garth did a lot of manual labor as well to like load and unload those things. That was the feedback I got.
Yeah, what a great guy.
I would like to see Garth work hard.
I'm here to keep you guys from derailing the stream too much more. Having too much fun.
The tips.
Garth did his work. It was fun. We taught a lot of new people.
Yeah.
So, I saw some of the photos. Was it? Yeah. Was it as many people as the photos made it look? It wasn't like a trick.
It was.
Question I'm asking.
It was. There were too many people to teach.
Wow.
There were like I think about 15 teachers between everyone, but obviously you can't. It's like a 13-hour day as well, So they can't all be teaching straight 13 hours in a row. So I think at any one time there are about 8 or 9 teachers on at a time, as well as 4 extra automatic tables for people doing free play. Some people do know how to play. Some people took their lesson and they just jumped in right after the lesson. It was like 70, 80 minutes lesson, and they just jumped right in after onto the automatic table. So it was fun.
Okay, real question. Beginner's luck. Did you have any beginners get Yakuman hands by accident?
Oh, I don't actually think there was a single Yakuman hand.
The amount of times I teach someone and they accidentally win a Yakuman.
Right.
And I'm just like, you know what this is, right? You know what you've just won, right?
They don't know.
You know how much this is worth?
It's even worse that when I'm teaching, I get Yakuman hands when I'm teaching. And I'm looking at, my 9 gates or whatever and going, why now 9 gates? Why now? This is
that happened to me once. I asked one of the friends I was teaching, hey, do you want to see something cool? They said, okay. Discard this. Discard 1 pin.
Discard. No.
I think it actually wasn't 1 pin. I think it was North for all terminals and honors and 3 big dragons at the same time. It's like, sorry.
Yeah.
So Jen has clarified for us that there were actually 12 teaching tables at the New York Comic Con.
Yeah.
I would like to say, Dave's not here, so I can say nice things about him. Dave has been running these conventions for a long, long time. So I went with him the first time when he did a convention in Boston, and you just said that you got breaks, which is lovely because we did not get breaks back then. Me and Garth went to teach, and I saw Garth's loading and unloading prowess. It's quite impressive. Anyway, and yeah, we literally just sat there and taught on 3 tables, 13 hours a day each, and we were absolutely exhausted by the end of the 3 days. But it's great to hear that he's grown from that size to 12 teaching tables. Enough teachers that you can take breaks and maybe grab a hot dog or whatever you
right. I mean, honestly, wherever you can get them. There were enough people interested that we probably, except for the very first session of the day, where some people can't even get into the convention yet because they're still waiting in line. Other than the first timetable, the entire rest of the tournament. The entire rest of the convention, we had to send people away, unfortunately, or be like, you sign up later, take appointments. We were taking appointments and everything. It was all scheduled quite well. A bunch of staff helping out with that too.
It wasn't just Mahjong. Well, this is Mahjong teaching related, but Jen has also brought out a second edition of her book, which takes players who are complete beginners all the way through to quite advanced players now, because she's added strategy sections, lots of articles, and I understand that the Comic-Con she was selling the book, right? This is part of her promotion.
That's right. It was the debut.
Right? Signed copies.
It was first available there before you could even get it from the publisher. She worked it out with the publisher that they would release it after her event, so she could run the debut at the technically the Mahjong Matsuri, the festival, on Tuesday, and then also at the convention.
If you already have a copy in your hand, I want you to know that her bestie still doesn't have a copy in her hand. I'm sure it's in the post, Jen. I'm sure it's in the post. I'll forgive you. But yeah, so if you have a copy already, it's amazing. And also share it with your friends. Tell everyone else it's a great book and they should buy Jen's book because she's put a lot of work into it. And it's exciting. We've got a second edition. I think it's really great that we can see this progress because she was there at the beginning where there were like 10 of us or something crazy. Yeah.
And we also got
a guiding light, a North Star.
North Star. Jen's the North Star.
Jen's the North Star, but she likes the West tile, so
yeah,
the West
she's the
Star
West Star
doesn't work. Yeah, you're gonna have to work on that, mate.
So
yeah, speaking of favorite tiles, I wanted to hear what your answer to the Sanzo slander was. Tips.
To be fair,
3 versus 3 pin.
We have a pretty good relationship with the 3-pin players. They're both 3s. They occupy a similar role, so no hate there.
Okay,
fair. I mean, there's good people on both sides. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, but the Tuso players, I don't know. If your favorite tile is Tuso, you can handle that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That's fair.
Okay,
That's
we
fair.
can all agree on that.
But in terms of New York Comic Con, we did get a lot of subscribers there. I see some hands in the chat. If any of you are here from New York Comic Con, shout outs to you specifically. Thanks for coming by. Thanks for hitting the notification, and I hope you're enjoying this professional game commentary.
Yeah, I assume Flan was one of the...
It's going to get more professional now. Tips is on.
Yeah, we've got some professional.
Hold on.
I think that's our clue to let Chiral go. I think Chiral can stew on that one and come back with a sternly worded complaint to HR.
This was really fun. Thank you for having you on the stream. And definitely like, subscribe to the video. Subscribe to the WRC channel. Get involved. Join the Discord. If you're interested in becoming a pro in the future. Do all the cool stuff. And on that note, I will say goodbye and wish you luck for game 2. Should be really fun. Hopefully.
Yeah, we'll see you tomorrow, Chiral. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Yes, I will be here tomorrow with Nathaniel at the same time for game 4. So yeah, get excited for that. And have a good one, everybody.
All right. So for game 2, as we've been doing every single broadcast, the teams remain the same, but they will be switching new players to get more of them some TV table action. So our first dealer in the top left, we've got Tomoko Okada. Look at that, from DD Studio. We can see one logo for the studio, and we also saw the company behind the studio logo, DD Limited. It's a tongue twister. I don't know if they know it's a tongue twister in English, but DD Limited. The owners of DD Studio. In the south seat, we've got Bar Watch with that nice Riichi stick with the play button on it. I know Chiral is a big fan of it. I'm also a big fan of this logo. It's like very minimalistic chic. We've got Shiori Hasegawa from Nihon Pro Mahjong playing for them. In the west seat, we have the owner of May's Bar herself, Mai Takashima. Also from Nihon Pro Mahjong Association. Wow. And
no pressure for Takashima.
In the north seat, we have Mai Kamo, also known as Kamo Negi. So we'll see. Kamo Negi being a little joke on her name, and onions. She is from Japan Professional Mahjong League. So for Mahjong Nyao Kannai, that's Mai Kamo. Kinda alliteration. I like it. That being said, it's time to see just where the chips fall. Are you ready, Gemma?
I'm ready. I will try to keep on the rails.
No, it was fun.
It's much easier to derail other British people because I know which buttons to press. I haven't yet worked out which Canadian buttons to press to derail, but I'll find them.
I have to put child covers over the buttons so you can't press them so much.
Do you know what? They should just apply that to the international politics scene. It would probably make everything a lot safer.
I wonder what those child covers would look
like. Child covers. We are back here, and the uniforms are the same. They haven't.
Yeah, I believe the uniforms are the same.
I just, I like it when the uniforms, if there's a color change or there's some sort of personal touch, but
right,
maybe that's just a bit too much.
I believe Okada here, our first dealer, is ununiformed. I believe DD Studio just let their players play their outfits. I remember Kawakami for the first game. She was also wearing a sleek black shirt. So perhaps that is the uniform. Some places they're like, we don't have a uniform, you just have to wear this color, this type of shirt kind of thing.
Yep. But then all of your customers who turn up in a nice black shirt are mistaken for Wakina.
It is quite regal. I know sometimes I'll show up to like Target or something in a red shirt, and they'll be like, "Excuse me, can I help you?"
You show me what the printers are.
Exactly. Yeah. So Okada here, our first dealer from RMU, not the M League Okada, but equally as pretty. She's a former race queen and still a model, but this is her first year in Yukan Fuji. So we will see.
Oh.
The DD Studio has a lot of room to climb here, and we will see if Okada can get it. She also has no first places yet, and she hasn't really played on broadcast tables much. So used to modeling, so definitely used to the cameras. Yeah, but maybe not used to playing Mahjong on camera.
Takashima is a rare left-hander as she reaches. If you want to know why the camera angle is slightly changed, it's because she's using her left hand, so they move the camera to the other side so that she doesn't obstruct your view.
That's a good eye. That's a good eye. I say maybe 40, 50 years ago, even if you were left-handed, you were supposed to play with your right hand anyway.
Yeah, I come from rural England, so weird stuff happens down here. But I started learning to write with my left hand, and my teacher tied my left hand to the table leg, so I had to learn to use my right hand.
Oh no!
Yeah, but yes, there is a increased acceptance of left-handers, thankfully, in this world now.
I wonder if the mahjong and the school writing came from the same place.
I think the problem for left-handers in Japan is because of the way you have to write the characters. It's even more. I mean, left-handed writing even in English, right? Because you're starting to go over your own writing. I mean, we use biros now, so people aren't using fountain pens, I hope.
Right.
But yeah, because of the stroke orders and the way that the stroke should look, it does make it easier if you're using your right hand. But everyone just taps out on their phone now, so again, really.
Speaking of tapping out, it looks like the players other than Takashima have kind of tapped out of this hand. Not 100% though. I think Okada is still trying to find a way to get to Tenpai, but she's not willing to take any large risks to make it there. We can see Takashima does have one Dora in hand, waiting for 2 5-mon, so waiting on the Dora indicator. You always know you've lost at least one of your winning tiles when you're doing that, but still quite a few left. So definitely a chance to win here.
I think it's the same as the last game, right? There's a little bit of trepidation at the beginning. How is everyone going to play? Where we don't have any conditions, right? It's easier to make decisions where you've got decisions, conditions that force your hand, basically.
Right. Okay. So Kamo has pulled all dot and honor tiles. She's got all Pinzu and honor tiles, which means she's going right in with her half flush against this Riichi. She's still 1 away from Tenpai, but she has decided to even push the 1-mon, which is close to the Dora. Here's the 2-mon. This one will deal in. She's really thinking
about it, isn't she? Yeah.
You can see it in her eyes.
I think she's gonna throw it.
Oh, but you thought wrong.
Oh, I thought wrong.
It's always interesting. The on the surface, the argument is, well, I threw this dangerous tile. Why don't I throw this other dangerous tile? Like, what made you change your mind? But the stats are every dangerous tile you discard makes the other dangerous tiles even more dangerous because it wasn't the one. It's like playing Russian roulette and shooting off a blank. Oh, but this is Tenpai now, though. So this is Tenpai, so she thinks it's worth it, and unfortunately, that one does deal in. But the idea is, okay, if the 1-mon doesn't deal in, I shot off a blank, which means there are less blanks in the barrel, and eventually you're going to get hit. So now the 2-mon, the 3-mon, they're more likely. And every time you miss, every time you get one through, the other ones become that much more dangerous, as we saw here.
From the chat, Spectria Limina is complaining that some of us still use fountain pens. I'm sorry. Try a biro. That's messy.
Fountain pens, they just have that feel. I was born too late to really grow up with fountain pens in school, but they were still around as fancy stuff. The artists would use them.
I'm not that old, but when I went to school and we were being taught to write, we were issued with this school grade fountain pen and this school grade blotting paper. And we were only allowed one piece of blotting paper per term. And if you lost it or just like totally inked it up, that was it. You were screwed for the rest of the term. And these fountain pens, like the nibs in half, right? There's 2 parts, and they would just scratch and just shoot ink everywhere constantly.
Oh
Ugh.
no. Oh no.
I'm not that old. I'm from rural England. Let me repeat that. I am not that old. Just from a very backward place.
Uh-oh. All right, we'll repeat it one more time for anyone in the back. Gemma is not that old. She wanted to make that very clear.
The lady don't protest too much, perhaps, but yes.
Hasegawa, our dealer here, she's from Nihon Pro Mahjong. The person on the shirt that you and Kyle were mentioning in the first game, that's the bar owner. I had my suspicions. He's anonymizing himself there. Or she, maybe. I'm not even completely sure.
I'm not, yeah. Oh, the eyes completely obliterated and like half of the shirt under the table. It's really a hard call. Hasegawa's draw here has made me intrigued, but haven't. The problem is at the start when they've drawn them, like the camera moves really fast, right? Because they're just moving with muscle memory. They're like, okay, I'm going to move this one, and it sometimes as a commentator, you just don't quite have enough opportunity to see what's going on in that hand. The hand is a little bit further than I thought, but it's still, for a dealer, I'm not unhappy. Not unhappy.
I feel like I have higher standards.
I coined earlier.
I feel like I'm always hoping my hands are better as a dealer. This is interesting, though. That's pair number 5. Yeah. But to reroute to 7 pairs is a little difficult. Maybe a 4-mon could be... Ooh, called it. I also was really... I think you've got to keep that. Oh! Takashima at it again with the first Riichi. First Tenpai.
She's got the luck behind her at the moment.
Oh, one other thing about New York Comic Con, I had lost my voice for going into the last, like, the Sunday and stuff. And then, like, a Monday, Tuesday when I did my own personal stream, which you can catch on twitch.tv/Tipzntrix, my voice was still shot. But it's mostly come back. But now that I've started talking for a while, I can feel it leaving me again.
Oh, I know. Like, I would just have no voice for like a week after I did any of those conventions. Oh, another reach is on the table.
Kamo with the oikake reach.
5-8.
Chasing reach.
Kamo's at the back now. She wants to make up. Oh. Wanted to stick with those pairs, but didn't.
For our just dealer.
8 bamboo and 5-8. Oh, okay.
It doesn't look like Hasegawa is going to be able to hold on to this dealer. It was looking a little bit close. You'd even mentioned that you liked her hand at the beginning. Okay, 1 away. Maybe Hasegawa can make this happen. Her extra honor tile, I believe it's an East, is safe. It won't deal in. Of course, it looks dangerous on the board, but if she does go for it, that's not Tenpai. Yeah, I'm not going for it.
No, it's not Tenpai. No. Well, now she knows her East tile is safe. She can throw that one.
Hasegawa's hand actually kind of looking a bit like with all the Manzu tiles she's been discarding. It's almost like a 3-player hand.
An easy fold, right?
Probably. I agree. Oh, she does have a couple 7-mon in there. But Hasegawa actually plays a lot of 3-player, a lot of Sanma on Tenho. She's actually whole level Sanma player. I've heard stories about those whole Sanma players. 7th Dan. Also wonder what that what the tattoo, like, that's got to be a temporary tattoo, right? Can you do that in Japan? Can you just get a tattoo of a square on your hand? I think it's temporary.
It's a plaster, no?
Maybe. You think it's some sort of injury from too much mahjong?
I don't know, it seems to sparkle too much mahjong. Mahjong repetitive sumo injury.
Yeah, exactly. Repetitive sumo injury. It looks kind of like a temporary.
Her teammate had one as well. Her teammate had it as well, so they must be using it for, team vibes.
Part of the uniform. Interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, that uniform is definitely the most artistic uniform I think I've seen in this entire league. The most avant-garde.
I think it's got some words on on the patch as well, no?
Yeah, it's quite possible. I mean, that's why I thought it was a tattoo at first, like a tattoo with words.
Yeah.
And we go to draw. The 8-so does not come out from anyone. Neither does the 5-so. They're both kind of sharing the weight there. We can see Takashima.
But it moves the game on.
Yeah, Takashima actually had 2 of the 5-so, even though she was only waiting for the 8-so. So kind of shutting down Kamo's weight, even though it was technically wider. And that does mean Hasegawa loses her dealership here. And we move to Mei Takashima, who, as I mentioned, is the owner of Mei's Bar. She's, I'm not sure if there are more workers at her bar, but the team is only 2 players. It is Mei herself and Misaki Sakayori, who we saw on the first game of the day. So this, I suppose, Mei is what they call the mama at the bar. I wonder if they still do that. I see it in video games.
I'm not sure if they still.
And yeah.
Yeah.
And she's got her employee there, the bartender, who is afraid her mom would scold her for not winning. That sounds like a fun atmosphere. Maybe take a drink there sometime.
It sounds like a manga now.
Yeah, I definitely am interested in taking a drink now that I hear it. I mean, they must play Mahjong too there. Maybe they have an automatic table. Or maybe it's just a bar and they both just play. Be interesting.
Yeah, I feel like adding Mahjong to your bar might reduce your drink sales.
Not increase?
Come on.
Interesting.
Depends actually. Yeah, some of it might be increased, others might decrease.
Yeah, so because they only have 2 players on their team, Takashima has already played 9 games. And 6 of them are first places. So she has a 2/3% first place rate right now, which is really amazing. Wow. I know we were we're impressed with Kawakami's 19 out of 40 last season. This is the smaller sample size, but even higher first place rate. So we will see if Takashima can guide Mei's Bar out of this group in first place. So far, it's working.
I guess at least if you work at a bar, you're probably working in the evenings, right? So she has her days free.
Right.
Like Mahjong.
Yeah, well, apparently during the days, she's also an actress at times.
Wow.
Yeah.
These people are also multi-talented.
You got to do everything to get
what
things
I do.
done.
I'm like, I play Mahjong. Sometimes I leave the house. I don't know.
Occasionally I con. Let's see if Kamo con here.
Oh, and here
That's
it.
Yeah. It's the con. Ooh, not a good con tile.
Wants points.
Yeah, it doesn't want it. We will see the Condora soon. It looks like a Manzu tile. Which character will it be?
Man, no?
Yep, that's right. Oh, the door indicator fell off the wall. Oh, what's going on?
Oh, see, all those beginners who are like, oh no, I'm going to fumble my tiles. Look at these people. This is their job. And they still fumble the
luckily
tiles.
no extra tiles fell over there. Just the ones that are already revealed. Fortunately.
Yeah.
Kamo's still not getting any help. I wonder if Kamo will open her hand to try and just get
I like
tempo.
Okada's hand, but it's tough. You want to call that East, don't you, as Okada?
Yeah.
2 doors.
Hasegawa's hand here, not so great. Here's the 2 green dragons that have started to form in Takashima's hand. I believe the other 2 green dragons were in Hasegawa's hand. I'll have to double check. Right after this. I do like Okada's hand though. No, only one of them.
No, just one.
Yeah, the other is a tori, a bird, a one of bamboos. One so. That she has a pair of.
Yeah, do you know what? Okada's hand is simultaneously nice and distressing.
Oh, this draw is perfect. Fills in the middle of that inside weight, and actually Takashima's hand, Hasegawa's hand, is not as bad as I thought with that one really good draw. It's still not great. but there's hope. Like, she has a chance of winning. With Condor on the table, any Riichi has a chance to score big. That's a huge
this is
draw.
a good draw for Kamo.
Kamo may not have to call for Tenpai after all. Is this one away? Because oh yeah, it's definitely not one away after that.
No,
After
not with
removing
that
the pair. Yes. But I'm not sure if it even could have been with that discard. This is one away though. Here we go. Or will she take it? There is that 2-4 or so shape. Maybe she doesn't want. Might keep the 5. Oh, she's going to keep both of those. Cut the green dragon. No call from Takashima even on her dealer turn. Okay. It is kind of late. That is very either safe or greedy. Whether she's going for a lot of points or trying to keep safe tiles.
Now Camel's one away, but that west wind is worrying her.
Yeah, it seems like our players are playing very sheepishly here. I wonder if it's the Khan throwing out extra Dora.
No reaches on the table though.
This would be a good hand to make an interview on at the end of the game. Then again, they might not reveal their secrets to you. Okay, here's a call though. This is a very interesting call from Okada. Has to get the east with a call like that, and just coincidentally enough, Hasegawa draws the east right after, but doesn't give it out. Takashima also has to give it out. Maybe that's why she kind of folded a bit and didn't call the green dragon, because she wants to hold on to the east this late. Seems like that might have been her read.
Yeah, she can fold out the green dragons. Yeah, this west is there's not. No one's thrown it, so I guess it is dangerous.
Yeah, I think across the table, she might have been looking at Hasegawa's discards and thinking it was potentially a flush or something.
Hasegawa has one in hers.
Right.
No, I don't know why she was quite so worried about that west.
Oh, is that a west?
She's potentially got herself into footy 10.
No, she's not going to do that.
Problem is, the west and the south look really similar when you're trying to look at them upside down and on the side.
Yes, for sure. Yep, that is indeed a west here. And Hasegawa still not discarding the east, so it looks like Hasegawa is going to be out of the hand. There is one fewer tile than you expect because of the Khan. That's big. Not yet, though. Only when she's Tempa.
Keeps the east.
Yes.
Yeah.
It must seem like an extraordinarily high probability of dealing into Okada here with that strange call on the table and no east tiles gone yet. But we know she is not Tempai right now. Not many tiles left.
Fold out the green dragons.
Yeah, not many tiles left. I think there's about 2 tiles left. Kamo does not find Tempai. Okada does not find Tempai either. 1, 2, I think 3 tiles? 3 tiles left. It's 3 tiles left, I believe. Well, obviously Hasegawa does not find Tempai. She is already gone too far back. Takashima, also no 10 here. 1 more tile left. It'll be for Kamo. Will Kamo find Tempai? No. Wow, what a hand for everyone to be no 10.
I was about to say, what a bunch of nothing.
Yeah, they were playing very, very cautiously, so perhaps it makes a little more sense that there were no 10 because nobody was really going directly for it. And we can see the B-roll of the side tables here. While there is only one main table, there are other cameras at this JPML studio. And yeah, I've heard it mentioned from some of the players that it is actually pretty noisy even when you're on the feature table because you can see there aren't really soundproof walls or anything separating the table, so you can hear all the other tables.
And, it's even It's even worse that sometimes, or at least when I was there, they would like conduct interviews in the corner.
Yes, I also heard that too. You can hear the interviews while other players are being interviewed while you're playing.
Yeah, and I find it really difficult to like zone that out, especially when it's in Japanese, right? My brain is like, I better pay attention, but it's not for me. The world does not revolve around me, is what I have to learn. This has been a fast game, despite the continuations on the table. One thing I'd like to point out for anyone who is still new to playing in person, one thing I really like is when there's a continuations on the table and it's passing to the next dealer and we need to retain those continuations and add one. The player who's just lost their dealership doesn't remove those counters until the next player has put out the right number of counters. So if there is a dispute about how many counters should be out, all of the information is still on the table.
Oh, that's a good tip. That's a good tip. We are on our final.
And they also
go ahead.
They're also like putting the sticks like out, so they stick out from the table rather than like putting them flush against the sides of the table, so that they're much easier to they're more visible when you're scanning the table.
As long as you have enough space on your junk mat for it.
Yeah, wow. Just don't start me on junk mats.
Uh-oh.
Someone needs to design me a better junk mat.
All right, I won't start you on. Here we go. Here we go.
Takashima's hand is looking nice.
Yeah.
Kamo's hand could be better for a dealer.
Hasegawa's hand is also coming together with that Ipeko that you and Chiral were so critical of. I mean, what did they say about Ipeko? If it comes in your hand, you take it, but don't try and force it. I think that's the best advice. Like, look out for it. Look out for the tiles. It's pretty straightforward to see it. It should be. It's like a natural pattern that your eye picks up because it's in the same suit. But don't force it.
It'll be close to it, but it's really not got much flexibility in it. I'm really attracted to Hasegawa's hands and play for some reason. I don't know. I feel I'm really empathizing with her Mahjong character.
Yeah, Kamo is a bit of a character with her Kamo Negi nickname. You can see she's wearing an onion hair clip just because of that name. Kamo Negi, of course, being onion Kamo. Negi is onion, so in Japanese, she's onion related, I suppose.
I mean, onions are great food stuff.
I do like
take that as an insult.
I do like the negi as opposed to the tamanegi so much. So the tamanegi is what we normally know as just a regular onion, and in Japan they just use negi for onion, but they're referring to more like the spring onions, the straight green ones that we will sometimes call scallions, green onions, spring onion. I think even leeks kind of fall into that family, but leeks are enormous.
I think leeks are the onion family.
Yeah, they're a little different.
Oh, Tenpai. She's not gonna reach it. Oh no, she's not Tenpai. Sorry, I misread.
Not quite.
Ignore me. I thought that was a 6 bamboo, but it was a 7 bamboo. Sorry.
Yeah.
And that's how I end up with a no 10 Riichi, guys.
Kamo here, you can see her team is in second place. Kamo is a huge part of that, actually. She is currently plus 80 in her 4 games this season. 2 first places and 2 second places. She is a streamer on Ronron every once in a while. And she has also won the Cinderella Fight title recently.
Cinderella
She's Cinderella.
I was going to say, are they battling for the title of Cinderella, or are they battling with glass slippers? I don't know. I don't know how to take that title. Is there like a mysterious prince who turns up at the end to whisk you away? I'm not really comfortable with that in this modern day.
Yeah, but then you have to run away once it's past midnight. You play Mahjong until midnight, and
it's true. You do have to make it for the last train in Tokyo.
Yeah.
You don't want to miss the last train, otherwise you're wandering the streets until the first train. I've been there, I've done that, and it sucks.
Well, she's doing really well. She says she generally plays for first place, especially with these Mondo TV Pro rules with the 20 Oka and the 2010 Uma. So first place gets 20 plus 20, 40. But she says she feels like she knows when first place is out of reach and she can just play her style and try and get as many points as she can. And maybe that contributed to her 2 second places when she couldn't get first.
Yeah. As interesting as Hasegawa is called, I don't quite understand that.
Well, we could get into it. Kamo here is trying to get out of last place right now, trying to keep her like a rentai, first and second streak going. Looks like Hasegawa, yeah, she does have Tanya. She has all simples, all insides. Yeah, that's a 2-3-4. Yeah. So I think it's just going to be all insides hand. It'll put her up into second place if she can get it. There's also 2 Riichi sticks on the table. That's 2,000 bonus points. 2 Honba, that's another 600 bonus points. So it's a 3,600 point hand. And we can see Kamo here also calling. This one's a bit of a bluff, actually. She does not have a Yaku right now.
So look what Kamo did with her sticks there, her counters. She adjusted them so that they were still visible. She didn't
hide them.
What I see sometimes is they've got the sticks flash and then they start stacking their calls on top.
Yeah,
exactly. They're just gone then.
Or the sticks go behind the calls. We can see I'm losing it.
That's the kind of consideration to the other players on the table that I really love to see, because Riichi Mahjong should be about consideration to other players and respect to them. So
you can see Hasegawa waiting on 3-6, so it looks like we are getting close to the end of the wall, so perhaps Kamo is just looking for the Tenpai. She's not going to get it, unfortunately, for her. Hasegawa connects with the 6-0, collecting all the bonus points.
It's not that cheap a hand after all, is it? I mean, it puts her into a nice second place.
Yeah, and of course, when you sumo 1 Han 30 instead of roning it, you also get an extra 100. This is 300, 500. The rounding just works out like that. So instead of 3,600 total points, that's 3,700 total points for Hasegawa. It might matter this game because the scores are so close. Kamo, the dealer there, unfortunately, the one who has to pay the most and the one who's the furthest behind. But at least for our other 3 players, they are neck and neck duking it out here. That might even be enough for Hasegawa to be in first. We will see when the scores return.
Yeah, I think it is.
Yeah, I think a lot of times you get lulled into this false sense of security. when the first half of the game has been low scoring hands and you just kind of expect it to be the same, but truth of the matter is
Hasegawa's not first, second.
Yeah, she wasn't quite enough for first. Truth of the matter is that there's just as big of a chance for the next hand to be Yakuman as there would be if there was a huge amount of points in the beginning.
I mean, this has started off quite stabby.
Yeah.
And we're still quite close. Only Kamo has kind of started to sink down.
Yeah.
Everyone else is super close.
She's still within a Mangan, 8,000 points of third place, and like a Baiman, 16,000 points, or even like a direct hit, 8,000.
Yeah.
She wouldn't be first in that case, but she would overtake Takashima. Yep. And I guess my main point being here that look at Hasegawa's hand. that is like a half flush. That's the kind of big hand that can turn these close scoring games right on their head. Even though the game's been close.
Dura though. I always like a flush in the ceiling of Dura.
That's fair, but maybe it'll be easier to get your tiles.
Yeah.
Kamo's cooking up something here though. Kamo is cooking up something. Actually, for Okada here, I wonder if you go for the half flush. I wonder if everyone just goes for it. Whoa, she cuts the 5, man! You didn't like that? You don't like that play?
I think it's too far to push for the flush, personally.
Yeah, personally, I don't know if I like it that much either, but
Hasegawa is a convincing flush hand.
Takashima breaking up a pair of 1-pin. This hand has been very non-standard. I feel like I would not have been able to guess a lot of the plays that happened. But with this pair now, So she cut the 5-mon pair, but with another 3-mon pair, she's going to cut the west tile. Hasegawa definitely the fastest on her way to the flush. Is this a 7? But if it's a 7 pairs, why would she have discarded it? Hasegawa gets another chance with the pawn, which means Takashima gets another chance. And yeah, Takashima's removal of the 1-pin pair is interesting. There is a 1-pin on the board, so it was only one chance left. Triple threes! If only she still had that 5! Oh, Okada, that's gonna be tough. Tenpai for Hasegawa. That could be 2 Yakuhai, I believe. I believe she's waiting for that red dragon. I think it's a triplet type
red dragon
wait.
or the 2-pin.
Yeah, so she can get Mangan with half flush and 2 door or 2 Yakuhai, 2 value honor triples. That's one of them. Whoa, that wasn't. No, that's the con one. That's my fault.
Yeah, she's got. Yeah.
No con though. I think I would have just fired it off.
Would you can?
No. Can. You want to flip a Haneman on the Uradora or the Kondora? You can flip Rinshan. If you Rinshan and you get the, I guess it is still Mangan, huh? With the open half flush. Rinshan, you get the east, you get the red, and you get half flush. That's still only 5, so maybe it's not enough. But you know, you flip 3 Kondora, you have a lot of honor tiles there. Flip 4 Kondora, right? Like, where are the north tiles?
You have a slightly opposite view from Chiral, I think. I think Chiral would not have not can that.
Okay, well.
Some of this North American optimism we were talking about earlier,
Takashima's getting closer.
British pessimism.
Okada's getting closer as well. That is not technically closer. Oh yeah, she really doesn't want to cut the 5-pin. It's way too scary. It is way too scary. We'll see if Okada finds anything around the 5-pin to get her into Tenpai. Can see Takashima has an extra 5-pin in her hand too. Ironically, the 5-pin doesn't deal in, but the Tsuji 2-pin does. Actually, I wonder why the East came out then. 5-pin! 5-pin gets discarded! Yeah. She hasn't actually cut any extra tiles. She hasn't discarded any extra, like, Pinzu tiles from her hand, so maybe people just don't think she's Tenpai.
Yeah.
It's not completely obvious. Like, we saw our players holding it back, and this is a really good reach from our dealer here, Okada. Huge chances. Yeah. Oh, but it's too late. It's just, or maybe it's too early. I'm not sure. You could have saved 1,000 points. Hard to say. Either way, it's no good this time. That was
an interesting way to pay the points. I'll lift these up and put them down. Okay.
I think first priority is for these professionals is not showing your emotion. So they have to like do that first. You don't see it much because you think it's just second nature, but it never becomes second nature not to just jump out of your seat when you get upset about your Riichi getting defeated. So I feel like they're making the conscious effort to keep it composed, and then paying the points come seconds, and maybe there's some mistake happening there because I definitely seen a lot of tables where that would cause some craziness, even at tournaments, because us North Americans aren't quite professional league yet. But the WRC might change that, right?
Yeah, I have high hopes from North America, actually. I think, I was talking to a friend earlier that I used to say that I think the next world champion might come out of Europe. The first non-Japanese world champion might come out of Europe, and I've considering the growth in the player base and the absolute explosion in skill level in North America, I think our champion might come out of North America. Just to prove a point, your colleagues, your Canadian colleagues, one came to Vienna and took a seat in the WRC qualifier away from the Europeans. And in Paris as well, I had strong fear that the Canadian would take another seat from the Europeans. So us Euros are going to have to watch our backs, I think.
Ooh, I've definitely heard a few places that the Toronto Riichi Club is nothing to scoff at, although the one who did win Vienna is part of Montreal. Montreal is one of the first Riichi clubs that I know of in North America, at least one of the first ones to hold an open tournament.
I mean, yeah, so it's Grant who won the Vienna tournament.
Right.
We're going to have to keep it secret. It's a public piece of information. Yeah, Grant's been on the scene as long as I have been. Yeah, he's a great guy. I have to be honest, I was really made up when I saw that he'd won. He's it was really exciting for me to see a close friend like that take a seat, even though I was gutted that it was being taken from my European friends. So bittersweet victory for Grant for me.
Congratulations, Grant, once again.
Yeah, congratulations, Grant. Yeah, taking a seat. That means you don't have to battle your fellow Canadians for nominations. So lucky you. That always makes your domestic relationships easier.
So our players here, they've been at a little bit of a standstill for about 4 or 5 draws. And I can see Takashima looks like has the most straightforward hand. It is 1 away, but a couple strange last tiles to get for her weight. Nobody else is 1 away yet. Interesting draw.
I'm not really excited by these draws. Do you not think?
Yeah, they haven't been that good yet for the past 4 or 5. This is not bad, but it's also not
my
great.
favorite again. I don't. Yeah. I don't know why I've got a little Hasegawa bias here. Yeah, Takashima is probably the best.
Yeah, Takashima's hand is the most straightforward for sure, but it looks like it's going to end up on that triplet style weight, Shampon, waiting for 2 different triplets to finish. Oh, but now Okada's hand looks very similar, 1 away, so she's caught up. Hasegawa not getting anything. Every time Takashima draws a strange tile, I think it's a one of bamboos, because it looks like the bird. If there's a lot of drawing on the tile and she's hiding half of it with her thumb, it looks like the bird. That's her that's a pair becoming a triplet. I think 2 away still though.
1 away now.
1 away. Interesting.
1 away.
Takashima, I'm really thinking about this 8. Gonna use maximum efficiency here. Removes the twice twin sequences. Twice double pure sequence. I don't even know how do you even say it in WRC. Ryanpeiko.
No, you talk about Yaku that don't exist. Ryanpeiko is the Yaku that does not exist.
You'll never have to remember it. Double twin sequences. It's like twin sequence, but 2 of them. It's like 2 twins.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like you're drunk and you're seeing Ryanpeiko in your hand.
This is a strange draw though. Oh, gonna cut the 6. Force a 7-mon draw. Maybe has a chance at Tanya though. All insides there. Like discarding a 1-mon with this change. We are about halfway through the wall. Maybe a little more. It looks like 30 tiles left. Maybe a little less than 30. I would assume somebody becomes Tenpai by the end of this.
It's been a strange vibe in this game though.
Yeah, Kamo here is 1 away as well. She is going to play it a little bit safe. Lose a little bit of efficiency to keep that 8-mon. Of course, we can see the Red Dragon Dora holding some players back. There haven't been many of it drawn. I'm actually worried that we're gonna see a bunch of red dragons being drawn now. But there was 1 discarded here by Kamo.
There's 2 in the discard pools.
Oh, I didn't see the second one. Must have missed it while we were gabbing. I blame Grant. Oh, nice draw. 7-mon Tenpai. No Yaku in this hand, no Dora either, just 7-mon Tenpai. The Yaku is Riichi. Oh, I thought she was going to pick it up and discard it. She was just swapping it.
You don't discard. No. I mean, no, she wasn't ever going to discard
She's just swapping it in her hand. I don't know. She's really thinking. 8 comes out instead. I believe that's the safe tile. Not 100% sure though.
No, it's not. 9 and 6 she threw. She threw 3-man, 6-man, and 9-man if I remember correctly. She hasn't thrown the 8-man.
Out comes Dora from Okada. That is a safe one. Oh, we cook it each. 3-6 pin for Hasegawa. The weight looks better. The value looks better. She's also the dealer, so this is actually big trouble for Takashima. But there aren't that many tiles left. I was actually worried Kamo would discard the 7-mon, but the fact that there's another Riichi on the table might hold her back. Because if the 8-mon wasn't safe... Yeah, Hasegawa gets it. I believe that's Ippat's. Ippat's 1 Uradora there. Gets the Tuso. Big damage. As the dealer as well.
I knew Hasegawa had it. That's why I've been resonating with her. She's a winner, just like me.
That's what I was saying. You can't be lulled into a false sense of security when the scores have been small, because the big scores can still happen just as often.
Yeah, but that big score is really gonna set the tone of the rest of the game now.
It's gonna be difficult. Only 2 players have a dealer after this. Okada already having lost her south side dealer, her south round dealer. Hasegawa gets the repeat. I believe she's above 40,000. Yeah, 47,500.
Okay, yeah. I was trying to do the maths in my head, but reading it is much quicker.
Yeah, and so we saw Takashima has a pair of white dragons, but there is one as the Dora indicator, so there is only 1 white dragon left. We'll see if Takashima is willing to take the white dragon if it ever shows up for a pawn for a call. I mean, she's in second place. It's going to be hard to get first, but maybe on her own dealer turn.
I mean, knocking Hasegawa off her dealership so she can't gain more points would be a really valid strategy here.
Right. It's going to be hard to make this hand without calling the 3 white dragons. Indeed, Kamo's going to call the West. Kamo looks like 1 Han as well, unless she's willing to cut 5-6 mon here, and I think that's what she's thinking about. She does need a good amount of points. Oh, she doesn't want to do it. Not doing it. Not yet, anyway.
I think if she collected another of those honors that she's got stacked there, then it's worth doing. If she doesn't, I think she needs to keep that 5-6 man.
We will see. I mean, she still has the option to collect those honors. Oh, she's gonna throw one of those back now, though. But I feel like the Tuso is more valuable than a single honor.
I don't know. I think it's too... I think you can't commit at this point, surely, to a flush.
Oh, yeah, and the 4-5-6 connects, so she gets paid off for it. Although the payoff might not be all that much. We'll see.
No, I mean, it's painful, but you don't want to be last, right?
Right. 2 away for Okada, now 1 away with that one. So that actually was a bird. It wasn't an optical illusion this time. So Okada's now 1 away. So it looks like both of our last place player, 3rd and last place, they're going to be pushing for it. They are ready. Okada improves her 1 away with higher efficiency. And Kamo...
Kashima's hand here is really screwed by this green dragon. Really screwed.
Yeah, that's pretty tough. We'll see if she's willing to discard it if the last white dragon comes out. Or maybe that makes her keep it to try and go for a Dora pairweight. The classic Dora Tanki. Who knows?
Dora Tanki.
Yeah, the classic. I mean, they're mostly in the wall right now. I think she's the only one who's drawn a green dragon, so it could work out for her.
Yeah.
But she doesn't know that. Unless she does. Wonder if she has a read that there are a lot of Doras still in the wall.
No, come on. You'd be fearful of that one.
Yeah, with all these open calls, I would expect someone to have 2 or 3 Dora in their hand right now. Well, I gotta say all these. I think it's only 2 open calls. No, only 1. Takashima didn't find her white dragon, so maybe not. But the 1 open call, you might be fearful that they have Dora. Hasegawa not drawing anything here. Ooh, huge draw for Takashima. Amazing draw.
Oh, just go now.
Oh, 7 pairs maneuver? It's a 7 pairs maneuver. She doesn't expect to get the 3rd green dragon for a call, so she's going to just use it as is. Okada cannot find Tenpai. Green dragon for Hasegawa. That is tough. That is a very tough draw for our dealer.
Throw that back in.
Yeah, as first place, you don't want to take any risks, so she's just going to hold on to it. But for how long? Can she be convinced to discard it? Hon, Tenpai for Kamo. We might just have a Kawashite washout hand. That's Tenpai. Deech! Okada, 3rd and 4th place, going right after each other. What are you thinking?
South discard really helps Takashima, though, because now she can get rid of it.
Yeah.
And progress a hand.
That is...
Oh, get rid of it. Yes, your Tenpai.
Ooh, 7 pairs, 5 so wait.
5 so wait. That's exciting.
Bold. It's a bold maneuver for sure. You're gonna Riichi against another Riichi with the 5. I mean, at least it's not the dealer's Riichi.
No, and Okada will have to throw it if she draws it. So
yes, it's true. Looks like there's 2 still in the wall. I haven't seen the 5 so other than the one in Kamo's hand. So I think 2 chances there for a 5 so. Ooh! Oh, is it gonna come out? She's thinking, Kamo's, this is a sticky situation against 2 Riichis with all inside tiles in your hand. There is no perfectly safe tile, I think. I don't think the 4, 5, or 6 mon came out recently. Those are other Manju
she could just
tiles.
she could throw the 5 man.
Oh, did the 5 mon come out recently? I think it's only Suji.
The 5 man came.
Oh, that is. Yes, you're right.
No, it came out after the south wind. Yeah.
She is in last place though, but the risk reward here is really bad.
The 5 man was thrown by Hasegawa, I think, in the last discard as well.
Yeah, I think you're right. It does kind of look like a 5 on there. She's gonna go for it.
I wouldn't.
And doesn't deal in. She doesn't throw the 5 so either, so she stays alive.
Oh, I wouldn't want to risk that.
Both of our Riichi players once again waiting on 5 so and 5-8. Last time it was 8 so and 5-8. This time it's 5 so and 5-8. But they are kind of sharing weights here. And there's the Sanzo to save Kamo from this 2,000 extra points. When you need it the most, Sanzo will give you a hand out of the depths of last place. I believe with the extra Riichi sticks, especially one of them coming from Okada, that's enough for 3rd place.
A cheesy 3rd?
It is definitely a cheesy 3rd, but it's a 3rd nonetheless. I mean... kind of your opponents gave it to you, but it's not that they made a mistake, but they created the opportunity because she had started going for that 1 on hand well before any Riichi sticks were on the table, and all of a sudden it was started being worth more points when the other players were pushing. Maybe that's part of the reason she didn't fold, actually.
True.
Yeah, because now her hand was.
I think it was a bold push, though. It was a bold push.
It definitely was. But it's tough when you only have inside tiles like that. You're hitting the hole. I know a lot of players don't like to call that much, but I feel like that's part of calling is sometimes you have to take more bolder risks that don't seem to be as worth it.
Yeah. And yeah, I mean, the argument there is you're pretty committed once you called like that. The argument against what she did was that the 5 man and the 4 man were safe. So she could have folded out quite happily for 2 discards and assume she was going to draw some more safe tiles in the meantime.
Or hope someone else would deal in the meantime. Or even a sumo or something.
But then, of course, someone else dealing in someone else means that, you might be seeing those positions get further and further away from you. There's a lot of things to kind of weigh up when you're making these push-pull decisions.
Right. Or maybe she's just so used to the onions that she doesn't cry anymore. all being around the onions so much has just made her mentally strong. She never cries anymore. She just fights.
Oh no. That is definitely an anime girl backstory right there.
The onion hairpin in her hair is actually scented with real onion. and she's just gotten used to it.
I would like to sit next to her, actually. I really like onions, especially fried ones.
You like the smell of the spring onions, the green onions?
Oh, yeah. All onion.
Oh, interesting.
So another story from my Mahjong past, like the JPML dojo, now it's in Sugamo and it's big and it's clean and it's nice, but it used to be in this tiny little place in Yotsuya, right above a Chinese restaurant. And I used to go for my lessons around 10 or 11, and then the Chinese restaurant would start cooking up for lunch, and the smell of garlic and onion frying would just seep up through the floorboards, and I'd just sit there. the entire lesson going like, oh, geez, I really would like Chinese food. It smells really good.
That's like
yeah. If I missed a
wonder,
mahjong lesson, that's what.
right. I wonder if that's intentional or not. That reminds me of how they found out that Cinnabon, the cinnamon bun known bakery in North America, they would always look to rent places near stairs or like high traffic areas so that their wafting Cinnabons the smell could seep up the stairs and get more customers.
It's a lot of sugar in those. Yeah.
This surely isn't the con chance now, right? Someone has Riichi on the table.
Just reached.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's a dealer reach.
But what do you do? She has like one safe tile. She's gonna throw a Suji tile, not completely safe, but keep her hand alive. So Okada's not out yet. Now Okada's in last place, so she's the one that is trying to fight out. Kamo's got a tough spot too.
Takashima's the dealer, but that's 7-man weight. That sucks. That is cack. That's a cack weight.
It's a cack weight. Well, let's hope Kamo doesn't discard it right here because she does have 8. So
enough, then maybe my words become real.
That's cack. All right, I'll make sure to say it at least once the next time I stream, just for you, Gemma. 4-man. Oh, 4-man. Oh.
Now that made the 7-man a little bit more of a tastier weight.
I know the 7-man might come out after, but wow, 4-man discard. Kamo is a very courageous, very aggressive player here.
I mean, I've got to say, like, these games between the first game and the second game, it's like night and day. Like, the styles are entirely different.
I don't know. I mean, back in East 3, East 4, these players were playing very cautiously. The same players.
Yeah.
But since the South round, I think after the big hand from Hasegawa, that might have like changed the mental. It changed the way they were thinking, basically. But we can see Kamo is doing the 7-so discard now, the safe tile, and probably is going to follow that with the 8-so because it's also safe and now kind of useless in her hand. But the original 4-man was very interesting. I wonder if it's a read because of the 5-man and then the 1-man, why she thought the 4-man was good. Okay, she's going to call 4-so. This is going to mean if she makes another call, the 7-so or the 6-so might come out. Maybe the 3-so if she gets a lucky enough shape to, or sorry, not so. The 7-man or the 6-man from her there, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6, 7. We can see it right now. Oh, but it connects. Oh. No! That is unfortunate. It was Suji. Yeah, it was the Suji tile. I guess it was the safest move she could make.
It was a Suji after the reach.
Yeah.
Really caution against people trying to read Suji on tiles that have come after the reach. Yeah, that's desperation measures, and I don't think Kamo needed to be in a desperation situation, if I'm honest.
That was a dealer reach. I don't think there were any Uradora, but to be 100% honest, I didn't see. So we'll see just how much the damage is.
I don't think.
Well, they're tied now. Both Kamo and Okada, 12,500 according to the score sheet on the table.
Takashima has a nice draw for a dealer. She's got some door in there.
Yeah, Kamo has a nice draw as well. She doesn't want that 789 Sanchoku. It's a little far away going for full vision. Oh, Okada has a nice draw too. All right, we're going to see a blazer. We are going to see a barn burner on this one. Oh, except for Hasegawa. You know, this is not even that bad, actually. This could be a half flush. This could be a half flush for Hasegawa. A little bit slower, but there's value. Hon has been called that Okada is breaking out here. Yeah, the the all triplets.
Toy half flush. Yeah.
Maybe half flush. Maybe just get the north for a little extra value. Maybe neither at all. Maybe just the all triplets. But I think she could get a north. They seem to be in the wall still, and it's not like anyone else is going to be able to use it here. So There's one. It's got to be called. Yep, Tenpai. Let's see what she goes for. Maybe not Tenpai. Maybe the half flush.
No.
She's really thinking.
Maybe she dances around to get
She's
some
left
points.
it there. Yeah. Is this actually Honroto? All outsides, all terminals, and honors? It might be.
It is, isn't
I don't remember.
It would be.
Yes, it is.
Oh, yeah, you've got to go for it. Yeah.
Wait, are those twos? Did she call it? I don't even remember.
Oh, they're twos. They're twos.
Okay,
no, you're
mind.
right. They're twos. They're twos. They're twos. They're twos.
But she is gonna go for the. Oh wait, that's not good. Look at the one mon that just got discarded again.
Yeah.
Okay, that's gonna be tough if she's went for the half flush. Maybe a little too bold here. But I guess she really wants second place.
Yeah, I think you can upgrade it though. I think she can find. There you go. Right, perfect. Yes. Yes.
Yeah, that is big. That is big. Because now she has half flush even if she doesn't get all triplets. Like the 8999 shape. That's really nice. Another south right after the three souths are called, so nobody's gonna con that. Only a wonder where all the Dora are. Especially with a middle Dora like this. It's really surprising that we don't really see it in anybody's hand. And in fact, the interesting discard from Hasegawa.
Takashima has two, no?
Oh, there they are.
Yeah,
okay, I missed them.
Yeah.
But she's the only one that has them right now.
Yeah, well, all the tiles look like birds to you, so.
Alright, fair enough. Here's a 5-mon. Is Hasegawa already scared of the half flush? Maybe rightly so. Takashima with her 2 Dora. There's another Dora. Hasegawa picks it up. Can use it quite easily in that hand.
Yeah.
Call has been made from Takashima. Still one away though.
She's really wants those to get those points.
Oh, Tenpai!
Ah la la.
6, 9, or the honor tile. Was it? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, which
people
pair?
Gotta think now.
Which pair do you cut here? Oh, none of them. Just gonna break the set of 3.
Yeah.
This is very safe. Oh, the east!
Is that it? Again!
That is it.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Sorry, I didn't mean to shout down the microphone. I really wanted to reach
fine.
into the screen.
We needed the hype. That's our job as commentators. That is a lot of damage.
You just want to stop someone, you're like, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that.
That is a lot of damage. The half flush. I mean, it isn't the dealer this time, but it is still like it's more Han. It's actually more total points than it was last time.
It's gonna make her last dealer shit. That's not a great way.
Was it Kamo? Oh yeah, Kamo's there as well. It looks like everyone is helping out with the change on the table. This looks like the Amos Ultima.
Yes, this is the Ultima. Yes.
Yeah.
Do you know what? Like the new
I played on it.
The colors are kind of muted.
Yeah.
I love the bright orange.
The orange. Yes. That's what makes the Ultima stand out. Yeah.
This is everything like this is Mahjong, like bright colors. I mean, it's. I guess it's a much more 90s vibe, much more bubble economy, but I like it. It's all like black and navy and white. Yeah, and the old Mahjong tables, they had like this strange texture on. You can kind of see it. Like, I'm not really sure how to describe the texture, but it's not like one solid color of orange. It's kind of marble effect.
Ooh.
And I secretly always liked that.
Yeah, I think I can
covered,
kind of
like,
see
if the
it.
table's slightly damaged, it kind of
hides it.
It's like, I don't know, like because I went and got myself a new carpet earlier this year, and I made sure to choose one which was a little flat, so then when I inevitably spill stuff on, it looks like it could just be part of the design.
So Kamo here has a pair of South. I believe she has a 6-0 Dora. She is dealer, so she can get the repeat. But Hasegawa here already on 4 pairs, and some decent extra tiles for 7 pairs if that's the route she takes. That's a pair of Dora, I think, for Takashima.
Yeah.
I think she just drew another 6. So.
I mean, Yeah, it's interesting because Hasegawa's clearly first, Takashima's a comfortable second, Okada's, slightly less comfortable third.
Right.
But they're quite, Kamo's got some work to do if she wants to recover the situation.
Huge draw for Takashima there. That's a 4-5-6.
Yeah.
Oh, not a bad draw for Kamo here. But
Takashima with a direct hit, Takashima with this hand on Hasegawa could really, really change this.
Yeah, this is
final
going
hand
to be
standings.
An interesting South 4. Everyone has room to grow.
Hasegawa's fast. She just wants to shut this down. So I
comes the
wouldn't be
South.
surprised if we start to see some falls out of her.
There it is. Kamo yoinking the South.
What's going?
Ooh, interesting.
She doesn't have any choice though.
It cuts the 3 from the 3-5 pin. Doesn't want to cut the 9 so there. Maybe looking for half flush. Maybe looking for just a 6, 7, 8, 9 like two-sided pair weight, Nobetan weight. Out comes 3 and 5.
I don't think Kamo can push for too many points here. She needs to go for speed. That needs to be her priority.
I mean, nobody else has called
organizing
anything.
Her tiles in a really distressing way.
Nobody else has called anything, so maybe Kamo just doesn't see a rush on the table yet. Maybe she thinks she's got the time.
No. Maybe. I think trying to make a
huge draw.
There's
huge draw for Okada. Still 2 away though. No pair. No pair in the hand. But now she could call 6.
She can't. You can't call it if she wants these points though, and she needs to find points to get up to second.
So Okada's hand actually a lot slower than I first envisioned, especially if she has got to play it closed. Whoa! Full pair commitment there. That is interesting. I think that's less efficient. It's definitely not the most efficient way, but
she's probably also looking though to fold out because it could very well be that if someone else reaches, she can fold and still keep that first place. So
is Okada?
This is a big draw for Okada. Yeah.
Oh, she's not willing to cut the 7, so too close to the Dora. Too close to the Dora. Oh, pair number 5. It's paying off for Hasegawa. And that connects with the other 6-0 Dora.
Yeah, exactly. Kamo is not drawing the towel. She needs no, don't want that one.
Out goes 7-1.
Yeah.
That's not a pair, but it might be an interesting weight. It's a Suji trap on her very first tile. That is almost Tempai. She can call now for the insides, Tanya, Takashima. Interesting, calls the 1, 2, 3, but cuts the 9. So it's not going to go all the way for the half flush. Going to go for the faster hand, as you mentioned.
Yeah. But she's still not Tempai. She's fairly late on now, and she's made a lot of calls.
Right.
It's not a comfortable situation.
But this is probably the only way to get out of last. She's going to cut the 2-so. 2-so disappears. Let's see, that's a connection. Allows Okada to use 7-so without having to discard it. But we'll see what happens. Tempai!
Oh, Tempai!
Hasegawa 7-pin. We will see.
She does it. She does not call reach.
Yeah, we'll see if Takashima discards a 7-pin at some point here. Because it does look like she has to get rid of one of her pairs. This is big.
3-6 man.
Yeah, and the 7-so she didn't want to discard paired up, so it was perfect for her. Whoa! Oh, she flipped it. She flipped it. Oh, she's out.
Oh, well done.
Big evasion. Oh, but can Takashima get out of this? Takashima also has an extra 3-man. 6-man! Oh no! Oh no!
Well done, Kamo.
Not again, Kamo.
Yeah, not again.
A 6-man for Hasegawa as well. Oh, that's pair number 5 for Takashima.
This is a toughie.
Oh my. Out comes 4-man. Survives. Oh, there it is. Oh, she had got Tempai. Too little, too late. That's a tough one.
Is that enough for Okada to get second? No, Okada must have needed direct hit on Takashima, right?
Yeah, I don't think that's going to do it.
Yeah, no, doesn't. No, she needed that direct hit.
Ooh,
Tough
game for Kamo there.
Yeah. I really did just want to reach into the screen and yank a hand back a couple of times. But it's easy to say that when you can see all the hands being played. It's much harder to see it when you're in it, especially on the TV table. Let's not. She looks sad.
Right.
It is much tougher to play. I'm sorry, this giant spider in my house. That is. Right, okay, I'm going to deal with that later. Anyway, it is much tougher to play when you're on the TV table or when there's a massive spider looking at you.
Right. We went to black, and as soon as we went to black, Gemma mentioned it is Halloween. To be fair, it's 1 week away.
It is Halloween, yeah.
Are you sure it's not a prop?
I've not triggered anyone.
It's not a prop spider.
No. It just moved. No one else is triggered. I'm not afraid of spiders. It's okay. Spiders,
that's
for some
good.
reason. I'm okay. Cockroaches, I can't stand.
I saw one of those on the New York subway.
Oh God! Oh, they're the worst. Oh, the way they move.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Woo. But
don't go to Japan if you don't like cockroaches. A lot.
Hasegawa with a big win there. Coming up for bar watch. Yeah. They did need that. Takashima holding up Mei's bar pretty well in second. And Okada getting a little bit negative, but still holding out in third. And Kamo, unfortunately, with the fourth place for Team Nyao. Mahjong Nyao. Man, the East round was very quiet. And it was all in the South round when they exploded.
Yeah, it was a good game though. I enjoyed watching it despite I think Kamo probably is not as pleased with her performance. Maybe some aggressive pushes she didn't need to make quite as aggressive.
Yeah, well, I mean, if they had worked, they would have looked really good. Unfortunately, not this time.
That's true. It's true. Right. It's easy to say that in retrospect.
Yeah,
right?
She has 2 firsts and 2 second places, and she's the winner of the Cinderella fight, right? You can't win the Cinderella fight without breaking a few eggs or glass slippers or something.
It's being on the camera table is just a whole extra level to it because you know people are watching you. You know people are commenting on you. It's really tough. It doesn't get easier.
All right. Well, Gemma, it's been a blast.
It has been. I love commentating with you again. It's but I think I've been on this for like 3 hours, so I'm not gonna lie. I'm looking forward to taking a break.
Yeah, you're with Chiral the first game, talking about.
Yeah, and all of the audience are gonna get a break from my voice. Because we have a new commentator joining who doesn't have a high-pitched female British accent.
But they're gonna suffer withdrawal. In fact, as the president of the WRC, I believe you might appreciate this surprise. We have a surprise for you before you go, Gemma.
Oh, I like the surprise.
Yeah, it's a surprise for all you viewers out there as well too. Hope you enjoy. Please welcome Mr. Hiroshi Yamai.
Look who I found in the Rongon Jima show at the studio during Yukan Fuji. It's the world champion twice over. Yamai-san.
こんにちは。
こんにちは。パリおめでとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
どうでしたパリ？
パリは相性がいいですね。すごく、1回目行った時もすごく楽しくて、で、結果優勝もできて、2回目も、フランスまた行きたいなってすごく思ってたんですよ。で、たまたま今回こういう機会いただいて、行けたんで、もちろん大会に出て優勝するのも目標ではあったんですけど、やっぱりパリっていう街を楽しむとか、あとやっぱりフランスの人たち、いろんな国から来てる海外の選手とやっぱりこう対戦したりお話ししたりするのがすごく楽しいなと思って行って、結果また優勝できたので。
ね、すごい。はい。本当にみんな GOAT って呼んでます。GOAT って。Greatest of all time って GOAT って。
そうですね。
ディスコードとかで山井さんを GOAT って呼んでます。
ありがとうございます。
本当に、 あれ、観光とかも結構。
もういっぱい行きました。はい。
いいな
オペラ座行って、ルーブル行って、で、モン・サン・ミッシェル行って、1回目に行けなかったところを結構回って見てきて、あと日本からね、4人行ったんですよ、みんなで。
そうですね。
で、みんな結構楽しくて明るい子たちばっかりで。
なんか、三越さんの、投
稿
をずっと私も見ていました。
もうすごくみんなで楽しみました。
よかったです。はい、まあ、I just found him in the office, so we just did a quick interview, so thank you everybody. ありがとうございました。
はい、また皆さん楽しんでください。
はい。
That's right.
That was an awesome interview. Yeah, I love that. Although I'm now fearful that when I'm at work, Jen might rock up with a camera and demand an interview.
Oh, I just found her in the office. Let's get an interview with the WRC president.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah. I have to hide my location at all times now. But yeah, Yamai is a... Yamai, I've worked with Yamai for 10 years. You don't get to choose who gets to be your world champion, right? So every time I have to have my fingers crossed that, it's a nice one. And I've really lucked out so far, but Yamai is a particular star. So thank you, Yamai, for coming and supporting us in Paris.
Yep, and of course that was Jen right there interviewing him. Jen doing a lot of the work behind the scenes on the Yukan Fuji Cup and playing in it. 3 games. Not on the TTV table this week, but you might get to see a little bit of her tomorrow. Now,
I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah.
I'm commentating, I think, tomorrow as well, Jen.
So you'll be there too. Jen and Gemma at it again.
Yeah, good luck everyone. As I said, I'm taking a step back, and you're going to get.
That's right.
Much more professional commentating now. It just gets better. The stream just improves and improves and improves with professionality and less Britishness.
So. I will let him make a comment on that because Jen's taking a step back to welcome Corak.
Hello, everyone.
Hey, yeah, I ad-libbed that. Let's go.
That's good. I like that.
Well, certainly not high-pitched British, but low-pitched American here. So, definitely a tone switch, if nothing else. We'll see how the games go.
Strength
Could
and
be an
diversity.
interesting category.
Yeah, keep some variety.
Game.
Yeah, we've had 2 very interesting games already. So I'm gonna bow out, gentlemen, and let you listen to you commentate the 3rd game. So I'm really looking forward to your comments.
All right, take care. Have a good night, Gemma.
Good night, Gemma.
Night.
Corak, welcome on the scene once again. It's been a really busy October in North America for Mahjong. What have you been up to?
Tournaments basically every week. Of course, I just went to the Chicago one, but there is also PML on the West Coast. There was a tournament in Grand Rapids, Michigan this last weekend. There's a Sparrow's Nest coming up. So just everything being jam-packed. The qualification for the U.S. seat ends at the end of this month for qualifier points. So all the tournaments like, we better get our stuff in right now.
Yeah, I think it's the tightest it's ever been. It's the hardest that's ever been to qualify. There's so many tournaments, so many players.
Yeah, it's really the growth of the scene as a whole that just before a tournament would be 24, 32, and just this year I've been to 4 tournaments over 100.
Yeah, it is definitely exploded, and it's honestly very recent. Like you mentioned the Grand Rapids one in Michigan. I believe that's the inaugural tournament for them, the first one.
Yes, that's the first one they've had, and I believe they had 60 people, somewhere around there, so that's a very good showing. When I helped run the DC inaugural tournament, we just had 32, and that wasn't that long ago either. So it just absolutely exploded. The interest in WRC, the tournament scene, everything just so much more intense now.
Yeah, and Sparrow's Nest is barely 1 year old. I believe their Open is also the inaugural one as well. So just a couple examples of how big the scene has been growing.
Yeah, East Coast Auto Table Tournament. Haven't been too many of those.
Fair enough, fair enough.
All right. Well, why don't you do some introductions for the people in our third game?
All right, here we have. Whoa, it looks like we're going to have almost a repeat. Actually, a lot of the teams like to send in new players for their all three of their games. But as we mentioned, Maze Bar only has 2 players, so they have to do a repeat. And it looks like we're going to see Kamo again. Actually, it could be Kamo. It might be Shibata. But we'll see. Kamo is on the list here. I'm just having a double check now. Yeah, we'll see when we get in game. I think Kamo might be reprising a role. Okada for DD Studio. Looks like she is reprising her role. And Bar Watch does have a new player though. The third player in that West seat. Riko Nishikawa from Saikoi-sen Nihon Pro Mahjong. So, we do have most players we've seen before, but we'll see how they play in the last game.
All right, let's go ahead and jump in.
All right, so let's take a look here. It is indeed Eri Shibata. Shibata will be playing the third game. Kamo, perhaps the second game got to her. You could see she was a little rattled after her first 4th place. She had been going very well with 2 firsts and 2 second places in the season. That was her first position under 4th overall, period.
Well, that's always the thing. You hit that first 4th, and you start questioning yourself. The question is, how do you respond?
That's right. And so, in this case, Eri Shibata will be playing for her.
Well, I
team.
see a couple Dora here, a great starting end, potential G-Toy as well, Ipeiko, great shapes, potential Riichi Pinfu, Ipeiko, Dora 2, as I said, G-Toy an option with a 1-pin pair as well. Here we have a Haku pair, also a Dora. Rest shapes aren't great, maybe distant Itsu, but may just be called the Haku. We'll see, because there's a floating Haku in this hand. Looking here are some of those more useless tiles for now. Nice little Pinfu. And, ooh, 7-8-8-8-9-9 in Manzu, so a lot of ways you can go with that. Can even go Tanya cutting the 9-9, or Ipeiko, or even if you draw the right ties, you can move towards a Honitsu or Chinitsu.
Yeah, a lot of options.
Just efficient play at this point is what you'd expect early on.
Yeah,
now that's significantly less efficient. Holding the East here.
She's keeping all her options open. It looks like Okada's going to have to make a decision here now, though. This is going to be the first turning point for her. There's that 5 Sodora in her hand. How does she want to play it?
Well, you're tempted to go Itsu with this. I might cut one of the 6-mon or even the 5-pin, but you could just go 2-so for the most direct efficiency. It gives you the best routes to value. But instead, just cutting that 9 and keeping the widest China shape open. Well, that's one of the situations where you draw a door to I don't know what I want to do with it because it's a 4-5-5-5-6 shape, and you already have other pairs. So may end up just cutting the 4-6 later, or of course, if you draw around them, you have a beautiful shape around Dora.
Yeah,
so loosely connects to 3, not much there.
Out come a couple red dragons. It's unfortunate for Takashima. She's not the North player right now. I mean, I'm sure she loves being dealer with 3 Dora, but those Norths would be very useful to confirm the Dora in her hands. And without the ability to open her hand, it's actually going to be pretty tough.
That's always the problem. Dora don't mean anything other than other hands are cheap if you can't cash them in.
Yep. She's finding a way, though. Maybe even all triplets is one option.
3-pin, though, would just make that a much easier hand to navigate. 2-pin's interesting because you do have the Itsu route shift now. And we see speaking of pairs, that's a lot of them.
For sure.
We're going to take the wider Chitoitsu Ishanten. And the 5, ooh, this is the problem kind of that 3-6. You're going to connect to it more often than not, and you just have to throw the 5 back, and you're kind of sad about that. Here, haven't got the 2, the 4th logical cut. Let's see, the South isn't going to be kept because even for Chitoi, it'd be Furiten.
Yeah, on the one hand, this feels like what they call a toitsuba, or the pairs and triplets round, as opposed to a sequence round. But on the other hand, a lot of those pairs and triplets are inside sequences for our players here.
Yeah, you have a lot of these awkward, like here, the 2-4-4 shape. It does also have a 5, but you have the overlap. We see where the 3s are, so it's not like that even helps a whole lot. Gonna get rid of the 5 here. It doesn't really do much in the hand. I like that cut. The 1, obviously, and you just look at the pawn, you see the 3-3-1-5-6, and you wonder what could have been. And just cutting that 3-6 really ended up backfiring.
It is the last 1 pin. Takashima really holding on to it. We'll see if it even gets called.
I'd probably cut 4-6.
Oh, sorry. Okada's holding on to it. Yep, there it goes.
Yeah, there's the 4. 2 isn't gonna do anything. It's just a 3-4. Potential Sanshoku could have been missed, but we'll see how it goes.
Oh,
ooh,
a 6.
That's an interesting choice.
It's pair number 5, but that's a Dora loss if you go 7 pairs. Not gonna happen.
You do also have the Chitoitsu option.
That's right. It's just
well, just draw the 3. Beautifully wide Ishan.
Oh, and another draw.
Oh, but you can't get Junchan from it, because I look at that draw. That's what I really want, but it's just not here.
Without a doubt.
You can kind of edge everything with a 1-so cut, but it's really awkward. You could also just throw the 2 back, or even the 3 and lock in the Ipeiko shape.
Ooh, this is going to be tough, because it's going to be hard to get
that's
the
just
1 pin.
Tempai. I think you just throw the stick in. It's a 6 Kanchan weight. You're not thrilled with it, but this hand just doesn't improve very much.
Yeah, I mean, maybe she's looking for
Dama.
White Dragon and the Dora pair weight, Dora Tanki. You can see
Dora
a White
Tanki.
Dragon on the board.
Well, we know those pairing up that Dora is going to be very, very difficult.
Yeah, no kidding. Ooh, this is interesting. Still means you have 1 more 5-so than you. Oh, and yes, she is gonna discard
just shut
it.
it down. Says this gives me the Chitoi. This gives me the regular hand. I like the cut. It's frustrating when you look at that hand how beautiful it is. But again, as I said earlier, if you don't cash in the Dora, they're useless.
Yeah, very hard.
Oh,
very hard
and there's
to
the
make that.
backfire. That could have been Tempai.
Oh, she's gonna go with it though. I mean, it is still 1 away, just for a different kind of hand.
Of course, you're really sad about having cut that 8 earlier, because you could be Koitoi. You could be close to Suanko even.
Ooh.
The 4 improves the shape. You can't just cut the 1. It's the most efficient. But again, you see the 3s. There's our pawn.
Yeah,
But what's the
hand
Yaku?
I
Probably just
expected.
calling for K10.
Yeah.
Yeah, just trying to get Tempai payments from this. Won't actually have a Yaku here. Figures the hand just isn't going to finish.
Right.
Oh,
That
well, that's the
finishes,
perfect
though.
draw.
You could go
You
1
take
4
the
pin
1-4,
for
or you go the
Pinku?
2-5.
Right.
I think you normally would throw the 5. The question is, it's so late, you're just going to Dama this. We'll go ahead and Dama waiting on 2-5. There is no Yaku.
So we got a lot of
Sumo.
dormant hands here. Maybe they'll strike, but so far nobody can really do a roan here. Just only sumos. Everyone's looking for their own tile because of the lack of Yaku. I guess to be fair, the open player Takashima, you can't actually win even on a sumo because she has no Yaku.
Also,
period.
the rest of the table asks you wonder what's that one
Yeah,
pawn?
exactly.
1 pin pawn. Is that just K10 call? It's a little early for that.
Yeah, so it's a bit of a bluff as well. 6, 7. That is still not Tempai.
The 6 came out, I think, fairly recently. You could have got the 3-so and take a wider shape.
Oh, switch.
I like this because you might see that pay come out on Hote.
That's true.
I like that switch.
This could be very interesting. I guess it might also help to look at whether you have the last draw or not. If you don't have the last draw, maybe the North comes out. We can see that Takashima is still holding most of them. But she's looking for another one. I don't know if the other ones have even been discarded yet. Oh, here's one.
You can always cut the 2-5 and just wait on the 9 if you want.
Here's one in Nishikawa's discard. There is
Yeah, that's going to be the plan. Try and snipe the 9.
Oh, no dice. No dice
But
on
that is
this
the last draw, so the 2 passes. It's the safest, and we see 3 players tempai. And that's one of the worst feelings, is you've seen one call on the table, you see no Riichis, and you end up having to pay 3,000.
Right. 3 players tempai, who would have thought? All of them with less than perfect hands. Middling hands at best.
I will take 1,000 points if given.
That's true.
None of those hands were that good, and you're perfectly happy getting a net positive with stuff like that.
I mean, I would have liked 2 or 3 Dora as the dealer, but I guess she decided that she was running out of time there. She had to make the move.
Yes, ooh, that's a decent hand here. It's not great when he needs a 7-pin badly.
Yeah,
but the shapes aren't terrible. 2 Dora, so just call and go.
Yeah.
You don't have to think too hard when you have 2 Dora and a Tanyao hand.
It was kind of like a cheap Tanyao, a cheap all-insides hand, but when the Dora was flipped over and Mei had 2 of them, Takashima had 2 of them here, all of a sudden it becomes a valuable dealer hand and reasonably fast.
And immediately just cuts those terminals, says, we know what we're going for.
Yeah,
we have the East pair up here, so you can call that for the Yakuhai.
Wonder if she's going to move for
this
a half
is a great
flush.
Pinfu type hand. You do have the potential 7-8-9 Sanshoku in that hand.
So only Shibata
2,
sort
not
of...
a great one.
Only
you have some overlap with that 2-3-5-6.
Immediate 6-pin back-to-back discards. Little unfortunate there.
Now, the 5-mon doesn't really fit in, but I think it fits in better than the 8, and that's going to be the cut here.
Indeed.
Also now towards 4 pairs.
Oh.
That looks like going full out for the Honetsu. Ooh. So the widest Ishanten is 9, so you can also cut the 3-4 and greed for Sanshoku. And that's going to be the play. Yeah. There's our Call of the East.
Okay, so we've
and
got...
yeah, just full speed for Honetsu. Not even considering the other Yaku here.
I wonder if Nishikawa will be able to reach Pinfu. Maybe just Riichi only with the triplet that she has. It's not a bad draw for
such
dealer,
a nice
though.
draw for that hand. Ooh, there's a hot 2 pair up. We have value now. Who needs Dora if you can get that?
Right. 7-8-9 maybe here? It's a little far.
Well, that's the dream, but you're kind of running out of time for it.
There's still a lot of space in the wall.
Could even be open Itsu. Well, there's your Tempai. It is Riichi Nomi 6-9 Mon.
There it is. Yeah, I couldn't find the Pinfu, but probably fine. Chance for Urodora, all that.
Oh, well.
I don't know if that's actually that good.
Dora, you have to shove.
All
yeah,
right.
just take your Ishanten.
Good enough. She's going to go for it.
You're not really thrilled with the Shampoo wait at the end, but it's not like you have a choice. And if you're waiting on Dora, that's never a terrible wait.
I don't know. Sometimes I feel like waiting on Dora is a terrible wait, but at least it's worth a lot. at least that means you don't have to discard it and deal into somebody else.
Yeah, ooh, that's a huge pair up. That
pretty
hand
big.
Is looking very dangerous.
If only they had the white dragon as well, but still.
Oh, the 4 still looks really bad.
Yeah,
here.
this is
the
a
long
tough one.
hesitation. This is one where if you shove it, you just committed to fighting for this hand.
Okay.
I know. Gonna work around towards Tanyao again. That's largely a fold.
Right. Yeah, there's not only the half flush on the table, but also the Riichi. What do you do? What do you do if you can't even get Ishanten, never mind Tempai? Can't even get one away to Tempai. You can see Shibata holding the green and the red.
There's the fill, the Anko of the Dora. Oof. Now you just have to fight.
I don't know. She hasn't really been going for it quite yet. We'll see. We'll see when it comes down to it if she starts drawing better tiles. No, well, that is useful. That is useful.
Super wide Ishanten, but potentially Furi 10 unless you get the 2-5. And the 2-5 does not look great.
Yeah, out comes 8-mon, so...
But Fields has to fight this.
Takashima's
I think if you get
running.
Tempai, I would still definitely for Tenrichi this.
I don't even know if she has to
But
reach you.
there's the deal out on the 9 will be Riichi Nomi. So that's the end of that.
There it is, Nishikawa. She's actually her team captain this year. This is her first year as team captain of Bar Watch.
There's a little extra pressure as a team captain, but mostly it's just making sure you have everyone else prepared.
Yeah, we should ask Gemma about her pressure as team captain of WRC next time.
All right. Well, this looks kind of like an ugly Pinfu. And that's exactly what it is. This is a hideous starting game.
I don't even know if I can call this
everywhere
Pinfu.
and a Dora. Well, Pinfu in this case is substitute for I don't know what it is, but enough draws, it's most likely heading that way.
Right.
Similarly, this is also a terrible hand. You at least have a Ryanman here and a couple of Kanchan, but it's still bad. And that's a slightly better, but still bad hand.
Oh.
And, okay, this is a workable hand. This is by far the best of the bunch.
Oh. I like that. Maybe we'll see the rare Junchan, the pure outside or fully outside hand.
Yeah, it's really hard to do, especially closed.
Yeah.
And it is cheaper if you open it. You get you 2 Han, but 3 Han closed plus the extra food from being closed. That's an instant 5,200, and there are just so many things it stacks with.
It's the same problem as last time, though. There's a pair of 8s that's ruining her chances of making a fully outside hand.
And it's the Dora indicator.
No, the 8-mon here in Takashima's
Oh, the 8-mon,
hand,
yeah.
And
well,
5,
I mean,
6.
The 8-10's pretty important too.
Yes, that is true. Looks like 5, 6-mon in Takashima's hand. So Takashima's probably not going to get us the Dream Junchan, but her hand is still looking really good. And actually, the rest of our players' hands have just started to form very well in the meantime.
Well, that's how it always works. When you look at a terrible starting hand, you should stop and think, how many ways can this get worse? And the answer is you'll find them most of the time. But you just have so many ways to move it at least forward. The problem with bad hands is they'll start looking a little bit better, but by that time, everyone else has made actual hands.
Yeah, and they're Tempai.
The issue here is everyone except for one person has absolute trash.
But it's a matter of whether you can sense that on the table with the discards, or maybe with the player's mannerisms.
5 a huge draw there. Fills at 4, 6, 7.
That is really nice. Yeah, Shibata's kind of coming together. It's still not that good, though. Yeah, she's going to cut.
Gonna go ahead and float this 7 pin, hoping to draw Dora. Oh, there's our Riichi. Riichi, Pinfu, Dora.
That's not bad.
4, 7.
In the end, the fastest hand did get to Tempai first.
It doesn't always happen with the hands being this different in quality at the start. You really hope you get the first attempt by. There's the deal, Riichi Pots, Pinfu, Dora. That's Mongon.
Yeah, the other side would have had an Uradora, but I guess that wouldn't really have mattered. So that's a pretty good open there for, I believe it was Takashima who had the Tempai hand there.
And that's the issue there, is pushes that 7-mon rather than folding out. Again, getting tempted by a terrible hand that starts looking a little bit better, and then you fight for it and get in a lot of trouble that way.
Yeah, definitely. You think you have a hand, but someone else has a hand first. That one wasn't even...
well, this is a hand.
Yeah, it wasn't a Damaten or anything last time, though. It was a Riichi. It was
was
made known.
It just feels the Ipatsu.
Right, so Shibata in a bit of trouble here. Now Maze Bar, the only team, actually, I just noticed, the only team above 0.
Door pair. Door pair, great shapes. 5, 6, 7 Sanju looking very good. This hand also very strong. Ishan 10.
Actually, this is kind of weird. The numbers don't add up to 0. for the 4 teams. If you notice,
You're right.
I think there
might
be a scoring error, or maybe there are some chombos. Because if you do chombos, they're just taken out of your points, right? So that might prevent it from adding up to 0. That'll be a lot of chombos, though. I'm not sure.
That'll be what, 3 of them if this holds up.
It looks like 4 chombos if they're like 30k each. So I think there might actually be a scoring error, or because the teams only play each other, so it should be 0 sum.
Yeah, there's the 8. Take the perfect Ishunt, and you can still call Dora, probably trying to decide whether to try and disguise the weight, but this is so early, and you just have so much acceptance that you just throw it.
Yeah, Okada's hand is really, really good here. Nishikawa is our dealer. As I mentioned, she just became the captain of Bar Watch this year. She's also an actress, but she has yet to collect a first place as captain yet. 4 games so far, no first place, so she's going to look for it here. You can see her wearing that patch on her right hand. It stands out quite a bit as she's playing, and you can see it on the camera. It's like perfect for the camera.
Yeah, definitely noticeable. Ooh, a 2-pin. I kind of would just throw it back. The problem is there are 2 1s out, so maybe you go 1-mon.
Yeah, 1-mon seems reasonable. Could maybe hedge for an all inside.
That's a pair of the 5s. This is a very reasonable
interesting discard.
But doesn't take it.
Going for that. Everyone's going for Tanya here, the inside sand.
Well, there's one hand with 2 Dora, and I don't think that's going Tanya.
For sure, not that one. Okay, out comes the 1-mon here. It's going to be hard to go for insides with the 2 9-mon, so maybe just playing...
Sun Minchon, super wide Ishanten.
This is really nice.
Nyao Ipeiko.
Oh, I don't think that helps that much.
4 doesn't do anything. Yeah. The question is you throw the 4 so you can throw the 1 later if you draw another 4 for safety reasons, but just goes ahead and throws the 1 now.
Big draw.
Oh, well, that's a fill.
Big draw for Shibata. Shibata needs some big draws here.
Looking pretty good. I mean, there's a 5, 6, 7 Sanchoku, but I just throw it back. You can go 8, 10.
Oh, she's looking for it. Yeah, I think this is fine. I think this is fine. I don't think she lost that much efficiency. And she gets a chance for a real bomb of the hand with the Sanchoku, the mixed triple sequence here.
Yeah, 2-pin held there for the Ipeiko on the 3-pin draw.
Yeah. He still has the chance to pawn for Tempai, even though it wouldn't be worth very much.
Well, you can't really expect you're going to get too much help here.
This is a huge weight, though, for Nishikawa. A very large weight. But nobody can get Tempai. It seems.
No, Ishanten hell everywhere. Oh, that's
That'll
a Tempai.
Do it.
That's a Riichi. That's Riichi, Dora 2, possible Sanshoku.
Yep. This is both players looking for 5, 6, 7. Actually, both the Sanshoku players. Oh, you Kageri
immediately on the 8 Kanchan.
Oh, that's Riichi only.
On for Riichi Nomi.
Riichi only. Oh, that's always so tough to do a chase Riichi with. Well, she's gonna do it. Nishikawa needs to defend her dealer, and defend it she will. Out comes the 6 though. So Shibata's out, even though she's currently in last place. Doesn't have anything worth fighting here. Looks like we have. She was thinking about the chi.
He just called down for Tempai. I imagine.
Not even.
No, throws the 8 instead.
Halfway there, but doesn't want to get roaned. So Moashi, I suppose. Trying to finish the hand, but to do it safely. Extra West will be released here. It's not completely safe because 2 players, but
and that would have been the sumo there. Now Tempai on 5, so
huge. This is going to be crazy. This is 3 players Tempai, 2 in Riichi. Are there even any 5 so left? I think so. I think there's at least 1 left in the wall. Maybe 2.
Yeah, I thought it was pretty good here. We have. The question is, do you throw the 9s here? You're not really happy with any of these discards. Throws the 2. Suji to 1 and Gimbutsu to the other. Perfectly reasonable.
Oh, okay. I see 2 of them in other players' hands. So there's 1 remaining. There's a single 5 still
Oh,
left.
there's Dora. If you had any temptation of fighting this hand, that is now gone.
Oof. Yeah, so that's gone. Ironically, it's actually safe right now. because
it's paired up and it's a Ryanman.
yeah, I mean Okada had the option to take the Shampoo, the triplet weight, and to wait on the Dora, but she just wanted the
There's
wider
the
weight.
sumo. The Riichi Nomi wins. Riichi sumo.
No
So
Ura.
shuts down the potential monster here.
That's right. Big shutdown for Nishikawa. Big win there. No Ura though. But that's a lot of points she didn't lose. We'll put it that way.
Not only that, you get the Riichi stick, you get 1,000 all. It's a reasonable hand, and that's why you make that chase, even though you're not that confident on it. Had safe entry to the Riichi and Steeler. It's good enough.
It is good enough indeed. She'll be added again here in East 3. 1 repeat. With the good luck patch. I wonder if the patch is there for good luck or if it's there for advertisement. I guess it could be both, right?
Always could be both. Kind of pin for maybe 1, 2, 3 Sanchoku developing, especially if you draw something there. That 3-pin. A few pairs here. You have the North pair.
I believe Okada
I'm not even sure
is
what you're
North.
going to do with this.
I believe Okada is North player, so I think open call North works out. Maybe half flush.
Actually, yeah, I like going for Honitsu there.
Yeah, Nishikawa's dealer here, so Okada does have the option of just taking North and going quick. Wait, North is Dora. That's all she needs.
Oh, well, okay. Now there's much less thinking involved.
Problem is she might not get it. You can see Takashima not discarding the North because it's Dora. So this is actually a pretty blessed hand for Okada.
You may end up just going Chitoi with these pairs. Now you have 4 and can call down if necessary.
That's true. You won't need to catch the North from anybody if you do that. It's going to be very interesting. Nice. 1, 2, 3.
Beautiful fill there. You do still have that 3-5-5-7 Monzu shape you're not that thrilled with, but it does move things forward. As he moves the hand over the door and says no, and then cuts the Haku.
Yeah.
Well, that's 5 pairs.
I wonder if there's any tiles that Okada would be willing to call here. Maybe the North? I don't know if she would be willing to call any of the other pairs.
I don't think you'd call any. There's even North with those shapes. You're so far away from a regular hand. I think you'd even pass that. Not to mention the fact when you pawn like that, everyone immediately knows you have 3 Dora.
That's a fair point, but I think the hand would probably be worth a little bit more. Also, you end up with just a little bit of a wider weight at the end.
Oh, I love the 8-mon weight. I would switch out of this in a second.
Interesting. Yeah, I could see a 2-pin or a 4-pin being discarded there. Not for Okada though. She doesn't see that. She sees a different way.
Well, that's one of those fills on that double Kanchan. The 4-mon fills in for 3, 4, 5, 5, 7 now.
It's not bad at all. Hey, West. That's the Dora indicator.
Once cut West. And it's the door indicator, and realize it says, well, maybe Hellweight isn't the idea here.
That's another pair.
Oh, there's a pair of the 7s. It's not great.
But Shibata will keep it. Shibata has not gotten any blessings from the wall this game. Currently in last. Not really through
the 3,
doing
3,
that
4.
much. Yeah.
We'll go ahead and lock the shape in with the 1 pins in the discards. The 2, 3, 3, 4 isn't that strong. There's our Riichi.
Huge chance now. Well, maybe not that huge.
Nomi on 5-8.
Dora pair.
Well, there's your Dora pair up.
It's gonna be hard though. Takashima is not dealer,
I
and
think
she's
this
behind.
would just you fold from this. Go ahead and throw the Suju, the Riichi tile. Seeing so many 1s, not really worried about the classic Riichi on the Ryankan shape.
Right. It's going to be close here. We'll see if Okada can get to Tenpai, or if she's also going to fold against Shibata's reach. Ooh,
well, there's an Onko. Now
one.
You have an incentive to fight this.
A weird one for sure. It's hard to discard as well.
4-pin here.
Even 4-pin doesn't look that safe. I guess you can see wands.
Well,
You have a
nothing
number of
looks
fives.
safe, but
Yeah.
you can't fold this. Just shoves the 8 so. And that's the deal in tile. Riichi Nomi, so not too much there, but we'll move dealer around.
That's right. 5-pin not in her hand, so no Urodora. See some sticks flying around the table as we move into East 4. So Shibata's chance to get it all back on her dealer turn right now.
A lot of cheap hands. We have had a couple of Riichi Nomi. One was Riichi Sumo, and of course the draw. So a bunch of action, just not head to head.
Yeah, I think there was one Mangan, so there was a little bit of points moving around. Other than that, it's just been washouts. No Urodora to really shake things up. Sometimes you be playing those hands and Ura 3 hits, and all of a sudden things get shaken up, but not today. Or at least not yet.
Yeah, always gets your attention. The classic Riichi Sumo Pinfu or a 3 or something along those lines.
Exactly.
And oh, never mind.
Yeah. And a lot of the hands have been kind of slow. This one's interesting. It's the left side is very
you
fast.
can head toward Junchan. Wants to get the 5. Really wants to just cut the 5 and hedge everything, but thinks better about it. Throws the 1 pin. When you cut the 5 there, you're saying the other suits are basically useless, and you have 2 routes. You can go Honitsu in Sozu, or you can just sell it for Kokushi, depending on what you draw.
I mean, you could also go Junchan by cutting the 5, as you mentioned at the beginning. You get those edge tiles.
Yeah,
still keeping the 5 here, though. Still keeping
really likes it. Ooh, 4 is a pair up. That looks like a nice little Tanyao. 5, 6, 7 Sonshiku.
It might just be a little bit of
Doesn't do a
camouflage.
whole lot, but moves the 9 to a Penchon now. And we have some pairs here, but just gonna cut the 5 for now with the 2-3 makes perfect sense. Well, that's why I knew the 5 was coming. And says, that's not what I wanted.
What? Well,
You could actually see the tile getting tossed up in the air and spikes it down and then throws it.
man.
No, that's not the one I wanted.
She had the 5, she was holding it for a while, then draws the 5, realized it's actually not what she wanted. There goes another 5 back to back.
Yeah, you have Honitsu, possible Chanta, and Haku here. That's a path to Mangan.
Yeah. If she can find some Dora, maybe even Hanuman, but so far none yet. And we can see other players are holding the north. So there are still 2.
That's a really wide Ishan, and you have the 3, 3, 4, 5, 7.
Oh, Shibata immediately releases the Dora. No fear. No call either from Takashima. Not really any Yaku she could make with it. Maybe Sanshoku, but she's not going to be that bold.
Well, with the Dora, you're basically checking against the Yaku Pon, the Yaku High Pon.
Right.
Well, speaking of pairs.
Okay, 4. A little bit slow to have 4 at this point, but maybe her best option here. Interesting draw.
There's our Tempai. Ooh, possible Sanshoku, Riichi, Pinfu. And this is one where the cheap end is so much cheaper than the expensive end. Riichi Pinfu versus Riichi Pinfu Tanyao Sanshoku. And this 9 will deal in, but it's the cheap end. If you push just aggressively into this, it's going to be 39 minimum.
Yeah, I think it's still Ipatsu right now, isn't it? Or has it gone around?
Yeah, this should be Ipatsu.
So Riichi Pat's Pinfu is not bad. Okay, out goes
just
Dora.
Throws the Dora.
We'll see. We'll see what happens. Yeah, it was Ipatsu. Passes here. Shibata has a tough decision.
Play efficiently here. You cut the 8, 9 and deal in, but there's actually a bit of information for defense now. There's the 8, basically folding. This is the hand that wants to fight, but isn't going to take it directly on just yet. Get rid of those floating honors for now, and if you get the Tempai, then you fight.
An extra 6? Oh, that means probably the 6 or the 9 is going to come out for Shibata if she does fight. She's locked up pretty tightly here. Of course, Okada, as mentioned, has a nice hand. But just not drawing the right tiles.
And thinks better of it and just gives up here. When you keep drawing middle tiles in the other two suits for Ihonitsu against Riichi. Oh,
That's perfect.
Well,
That
may be able to
perfect.
get you out of here.
Yeah.
That's a route to Ishanten without throwing the deal in tile.
She's still not Tenpai. There are a lot of tiles left in the wall, though. There's still a lot of time. About 25, maybe, yeah, about 25 it looks like. Maybe 30.
A whole bunch of misses on these draws.
Another pair
there.
A lot of time.
You're not really thinking about the Chitoitsu. You're thinking, there's a possibility if I get there, great, but I'm still planning on folding.
Yeah. Oh, this is still not Tenpai, but it's close. Yeah, not even going to take it.
Shoves the safe too. It had come out already.
So Shibata not going to defend her dealership that aggressively.
And I feel when you're at 14-6, you probably should be pushing more.
Well, seems like she doesn't feel that way on this hand. Perhaps just not enough value here. Basically Riichi only. Perhaps just has a good
but look
read
at the
on the
beauty of that weight. You have a possible, what is that, 5-sided weight?
Yeah, if she still had the Tuso, it's possible.
Right.
Okay. Okada folding out now as well. Looks like Nishikawa is going to bring this to a draw, especially because she lost another tile. That is technically Tenpai.
That's Tenpai. You'd be waiting on the 4.
Yeah, no Riichi.
She's enough 5s. The 3 doesn't look that bad.
No chance to win though on Roan. Only sumo. No Yaku other than closed sumo. Ooh, interesting.
Clearly does not like that tile. You can even see the picture there on the bottom left shaking her head.
Yeah. Anyway, we've got the temple tap. We've got the board scan. We've got the head tilt.
Well, this is counting the Tuso. It's a 1, 2, 3. It's like, where's the 4th one? Because just one clearly wants to cut 1-so and not have to fight this.
Yeah, you're
and
right.
Just throws it out in disgust and does breathe the sigh of relief when it passes.
Yeah, there is a small chance she can get back to Tenpai after 1-so, but it has to be perfect draws for her to do it. That's not it. That's the wrong 4. It's almost it, but it's not.
It certainly look like we're going to end up with one player Tenpai.
Thinking of the call.
The temptation.
Thinking of the call. You got 8 man here, and you call it with 3, 4, 5. I think that's the only option. Oh, did I misread it? That's 3, 4, 5, right? Whoa, weird. So she doesn't go directly to
Probably
Tenpai.
shifting the final draw.
Yeah. Maybe she has one more chance to get a call to make Tenpai. 2 more tiles. So she will have a chance. No, that's a 6. She has 1, 3, 5.
No, that's not going to do it. And that's definitely not going to do it.
Yeah, so she shifts the high take.
Riichi's a little sad, and everyone goes, I am glad I did not throw a 6-pawn.
That would have been enormous points. And Shibata does lose her first dealership. She does have a second one, but also about 10,000 points behind third place right now. What is the atmosphere like going into this South round?
Well, it feels intense. We had the one Mongon, but I say everything else has been either cheap or just draws.
Yeah, 2 of these players were playing in the previous game. In the previous game, when they went into South round, all the scores are very close. This game, they're split a little bit more.
Well, the feeling after a long hand like that goes to a draw is everyone's breathes a sigh of relief that the Riichi didn't fill in, but at the same time, there's a stick out there and everyone's after it.
Yeah, and this isn't the first long draw that's happened this game either. The very
It
first
gets
hand.
exhausting, and especially if you've been playing multiple games today, it can drain you.
Right.
Oh, it looks like a pin fu type hand. 3-pin would really help there.
We have to shout out Jen once again, who not only played 3 games this week for Yukan Fuji as it was her turn, but then also came home to help edit and collect the footage and send it over for us to broadcast.
Ooh, Ishunten there for Riichi Pinfu Itsu.
Yeah, that's probably the fastest hand I've seen this game. It is a really good shape, but it's not Tenpai, so I can't quite say it's the fastest until it actually finishes.
Well, there's a Hatsu pair. So you have Yakuhai here. The problem is there's already one cut, so you can't rely on it.
Oh, it's not great, but it's something.
No, it's wider. You just cut the 3-pin and continue.
Yeah, Okada is not the North player, so no Yakuhai.
You can, if you want to be really greedy, you can throw the 6 back.
Out it goes.
And that's going to be the play here.
Yeah, I could even
Because
see.
I want the wider shape and the big acceptance if I get that 4-pin. You do lose basically all your value in that hand, but it is a significantly wider acceptance. Well, ooh, so the 2-pin pair, do you think of Toy there, or are you stuck with the Chitoy?
Yeah, I
Well,
could
the same
definitely
type
see
of decision
Toy.
with the 3-so draw.
Yep.
Same exact type of shape.
Yeah, out it goes again. So she sticks to her guns. Okada with the same logic both times. Oh, 7-man.
7-month, a huge fill in there. When you need the 1-4-7-3
Pair
times,
5. That's just pair,
Oh.
pair. 3 turns in a row.
Well, you just cut the 5 now, I guess.
Ooh, 1-pin.
That's the one. Is not completely given up or trying to disguise this a little bit more.
Yeah, maybe.
A pin doesn't do anything. A nice pair of them in the discard.
Oh
no!
Instant backfire.
I feel, especially if you're going Chitoitsu, I don't like cutting the 1 when I have 2 2s in my hand.
Right. Will this be called? Nope, 7 pairs it is.
Yeah, definitely planning for the Chitoitsu. And at this point, it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, 5 already. No triplets. Oh, wait, never mind. That wasn't the called tile. It's the green dragon she can call. The white dragon is the single. She's gonna keep it though. Maybe the single tile weight, the hell weight at the end. With the Haku, the white dragon.
This hand on the other side just isn't going anywhere.
Oh,
well, there you have Ipeiko.
Yeah,
now,
big
still
draw.
need to pair as well, so it's not Ishunten.
Some people have too many pairs, some people have not enough pairs. Out comes the white dragon now, though.
Well, that's the thing. With pairs, you want 1 or 7.
Right. That's sometimes when you're building your hand, I think 2 is pretty
When you're
good.
building your hand, you can get away with 2.
Yeah.
But oftentimes, you're pushing yourself in one direction or one thing a lot of amateurs run into that they don't really expect is so many times you're going for a Chitoitsu and then you back into a Ipeiko because that
Right.
has 3 pairs in it.
Right.
And I'll see a lot of people just missing the obvious shape there.
Yeah, and then maybe you can pawn another one of your pairs' value. You could pawn, but then you lose the Ipeiko.
Yeah, you lose all your value,
Yeah.
but there are ways to build, and that's all you're trying to do is get value out of these hands. And if the value isn't there, just end it. Move the hand along.
Okay, here's a 2 with a 5.
I would definitely cut the 5.
Yep, Suji trap set.
Ooh, Dora drawn here and
Very
abandons
nice.
the Itsu here. Feels the overlap on the 1-4 isn't that good, especially when you have the Dora. Reach Pinfu Dora, just
4,
as
5,
good.
6,
3's a
2.
nice fill,
Yes.
but the rest of the hand just isn't good.
What happened? Oh, the camera moved, but she actually hasn't discarded yet. So we're back to Nishikawa.
Yeah, juked out the camera, man.
Out goes the 4-so.
Just switching the safe tile. There's another Pinzu draw that doesn't really fit.
Yeah, I mean, anything can fit in 7 pairs as long as there are more copies of it out there. And hopefully you're not Furiten. Oh, gonna break the pair of North.
Well, drew a pair on one of the floaters and said, that's good enough. Oh, there's our pair lock-in.
Pair 5. Or, sorry, pair 4, but right, the Ipeko you were talking about.
There's Tempai. This should just be a Riichi.
4-7, so, I mean, it's not looking that good right now.
With the score, I don't think you really care.
Yeah, out she goes. Okada
Riichi,
Reach.
Pinfu, Dora waiting on 4-7, so.
There's so many 4s on the board. 3 of them, and I think there's a 7 on the board as well. She also has a 7 herself.
I see 2 7s. So, yeah, it's really bad and you have a 7 yourself. So there are only 2 outs that you're aware of.
Right. I think that's what made her so slow.
But at the same time, there's just no other value. You just have to take it.
Yeah, the weight doesn't really change much. It's not really too many
plus
tiles.
Just the way the rest of this game's been going, you may end up getting 3,000 from chasing everyone off.
Right.
And speaking of chasing people off, there goes the Hatsu.
I think she has a Dora you mentioned, right? The Amon in the Riichi hand.
Yes.
So there is decent value.
Oh, and there's that 5. That was the pair up we're looking for. Yeah, there you see the 8.
There it is. Ooh, big think. Oh, not really big think. It looked like she was gesturing for time.
Looked like a yawn. Oh, there's the chase. Riichi, Pinfu, Tanyo, Ipeko. 3-6, and that is much better.
Yeah. Well, a few of the 6-0 are used up, but hey, you're waiting on Sanzo. Can't be that bad. And there are a bunch of them still in the wall.
No, certainly better than the 4-7, but you see there the 3-6-6 in the pot. We see a couple 6s here. They're bad weights.
Whoa, that's a 9. I thought it was a 6.
No.
I was like, what is that? What's going on? This 6-0 might come out from Nishikawa, but...
The question is, do we draw? Sanzo! Riichi, Sumo, Pinfu, Tanyo, Ipeko.
Oh, that's a 1.
No Uro, but that is Mangan.
Yeah, the Hanemon would have been huge here, but honestly, Mangan for Shibata, who's in the back of the pack, definitely acceptable too.
You don't need many outs, you just need to draw the one you're after.
Right. Let's see if the team scores get updated. I'm interested to see what their actual scores are. Unless there's something about the scoring that I don't get, it should be 0-sum, aside from Chombo's, because the teams only play each other, so any points that go one way should come from somewhere else in the
unless there's some penalty for a delay or something, some sanction that I haven't been told about. But yeah, it should add up 0 or some multiple of the Chombo penalty.
Yeah, like there's just way too many negative points for it to all be penalties. I don't think these professional players would get that many penalties. This is only the 6th session, so 16th, 17th, and 18th games. This would be game 18.
Now, let's see. We have Pinfuan, distant 1, 2, 3, Sanshiko, unlikely here. Ooh, great shape in Pinzu. 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8. Can't even go Honetsu or Chinitsu with it, but along the way. Speaking of Honetsu, Chinitsu, beautiful shape there in Mansu. Doesn't really do much. Want to go Honetsu here. Of course, you have the 2 9-so. 9-so is door indicator, so going to be hard to get that last one. Oh, the 6 fills in very nicely. Now you're really dreaming of Chinitsu Kanya. Oh, the 7. Well, we have a fight here.
Yeah, these are two basically.
We have what looked like 2 Chinitsu and then a Honetsu in the last suit.
2 perfect draws.
Like, I better get there fast.
Okada's not doing too badly herself, though. But the value's just not gonna. The value's just not gonna compete with these other 2 hands. Takashima's on the short end of the stick here, it seems like.
3's a huge fill now. That's Ishan 10. I think 7 so goes out. There it is.
Yeah, we might not see any flushes at all. The flushes now seem to be behind. Maybe Nishikawa takes the 2 so. Okay, but there's a draw for Shibata.
Well, now you just go Chinitsu. Especially if you get to Tempai, you'll just take it.
I know the
Oh, well, that's Tempai, Riichi, Dora 1. There is a huge Sanshoku upgrade, but you lose the Dora if you take it, so I might just Riichi here. You
yeah,
can Dama the 7-pin. And that... Okay, Dama's here cutting. This is
interesting.
Sumo Dora waiting on 6-pin.
Right. No Roan. No
So
Roan
no Yaku.
opportunity. Yeah, so Nishikawa just got the 4-so, so...
Ooh, well, that's a draw. We're now Chitoi Ishan 10.
Takashima.
Chitoi Honitsu Ishan 10. 2 goes out, moving towards the Honitsu there as well. And a 1-so pair up. You can't go 2 through 4 Sanshoku now.
Ooh, I think she should probably go with the 7-pin if she's making
Yeah,
these
I'd
many
go 7-pin,
changes.
5-pin and plan on this.
She's making this
And if
many
we draw
changes.
2-so or 3-so, we just have our Ipeiko.
Right. Oh, she gonna throw back?
I would always cut 7-pin. I hate throwing the
There
Dora.
it goes.
Yeah, there you go.
There it goes. We're collecting Dora. It's Dora time. It'll be interesting to see if Nishikawa just goes for the reach here. She does have all simples. She has Tanya. So that might be enough for her. Even if she doesn't get the flush.
And another Pinzu draw.
This
and definitely moving towards the Tanya rather than the Chinitsu.
I'm trying to figure out if that's Tempai or not. I don't think so.
Didn't look like it.
No, it's not.
No.
Oh,
there's
what
your
a draw.
Chitoi Tempai.
What the heck?
With all sorts of upgrades to Rion Peiko.
Yeah, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, all inside the hand. What is going on?
And the 1 is so bad that it may just look safe to everyone at this point.
Here we go. 4-mon came out. No fear there. So I feel like the 1-mon might have 9-mon. Yeah, people are not scared. This is Tempai though. This is 100%.
Well, that's
Tempai.
definitely Tempai.
What will she take? 8-pin? 8-pin reach! Nishikawa.
Yep, there it is. Riichi Pinfu, Tanyao, possibly Peiko.
Whoa, 5-so. It just goes. Shibata has no fear. Maybe a little fear, but she knows her hand's worth someone. This is Tempai, but Dora has to go.
Dora.
I don't know if you can do
and
that.
It's Riichi +1.
I don't know if you can do that. This weight isn't even that good.
She doesn't know if she can do it either. You see the hand bouncing a bit, and then just dies.
This
the
weight
physical
is not
hand,
even
not
that
the
good.
Mahjong hand.
Right. Whoa! She does
there
it!
It goes!
Zoom!
Riichi Dora 1.
Dora Riichi. So we have.
Well, now I think I would always Sumagiri chase there.
There's a huge
now
fight
you have
right
two
now.
people involved. I don't think the 1 ever comes out anyway.
I think her weight is just so big.
There's the deal in. That's the expensive end. Riichi Pinfu Tanyao Ipeiko. Can't see the Uradora. Okay, it's a miss.
Bar Watch collecting here. Maze Bar Watch fighting it out. Whew. What a battle.
Gets the win and a whole bunch of points there. It always feels good to just hit the expensive end on those Ipeiko.
Right. Even though it's only one more Han. Ipeiko just looks so nice.
But it just feels so good.
Yeah. I mean, there's other things like Sanshoku and things like that that are worth more. But the Ipeiko just looks nice, and you have the same tiles twice.
Yeah, Ipeiko is just a pretty hand.
Yeah. Whoa, triple green dragon, triple Hatsu. That's big.
Whole bunch of Fu in that hand, if nothing else.
Hmm.
The 9's an ugly draw.
It doesn't help too much. Might come in handy. Oh, but with the 8-so discard, she's not doing
pair up and a floating Dora East. But we're in South 3.
It's also half flush potential. That's crazy.
Oh, well, that's a draw. Now Ishan 10, you just cut the South, I suppose.
Not
no,
for
going
her.
for the real value here.
This is interesting.
Well, also feels that if she wants to play for first place, probably has to.
Yeah, that's true. Takashima, if she's trying to go for first place. with that plus 20 Oka. It's kind of far though. It feels really hard to do it. We'll see what happens.
Well, there's the Paul. And yeah, that's just going to be Honitsu. The question if you ever use the Dora, and the answer is probably not.
Yeah, Shibata is holding on to third place here. He's going to try and push to second.
7-1's a great fill, but you look at the rest of the hand and go, well, I could have used that in a better hand.
Okay, just going to cut the 5, 6, 7, 8. Not willing to discard Dora. Shibata can, of course, cash in enormously if she can pair up or even triple up the Dora, but
well,
so
you
far
see
she
that
doesn't have
pond
it.
on our left now, a 1, 8, 6, 6,
Right.
and then Chu, and you're thinking, oh, yeah, that looks very Honitsu.
Yeah.
Three-ping it held around as a floater. 2 does upgrade the Ryama, but you still have the question of when are you going to cut this Dora? If you play the hand, you probably need to cut it right now and see what happens. And if you're not, you can just go ahead and cut the penchant and hope to pair it up. Ishan 10 upgrade can now use the 7 so. But that's going to be a pawn. And there's our Riichi Hatsu. This is 2 5-pin with extra fu here, an Anko of the Hatsu and an Anko of 4-bon.
Yeah, so she didn't go all the way to the half-flush, but there's still possibility for explosions here. A lot of weights, good Ipatsu opportunity chance, and I think even Uradora look pretty good, pretty likely here. I don't even know if we've seen any Uradora today. I feel like every time has been a miss, maybe one or something. So few Uradora today, that means it's got to be due, right? That's what the gamblers say. Ooh.
You're due, yeah. It never goes wrong. And you see the 4-pin wants to cut the 3, but it's the second to last tile. And just goes and throws the Suji 7, which still progresses the hand. So I think that's a good cut. There's the Dora pair up we were hoping for the whole time.
But will it be enough here after the Riichi? Is it enough to push? We're getting to South 3. There aren't many more hands after this.
But says, nope, I'm done. There's the Sumo Reach, Sumo Hatsu. No Ura, but that's going to be 3 Han 40.
Oh, I guess she wasn't due. Maybe this table just doesn't have Uradora. Somebody fill the Uradora.
Well, that's the type of hand where you have multiple chances for that Ura 3 to blow that up to a Hanemon and really change the dynamics of the game. But a 5200 Sumo is never bad.
Yeah, she was really looking for it, though, so she could get first place, as you mentioned. She's looking at shooting for first.
Kabri, the dealer would have to pay out the full Mongon here, and that's who you're trying to catch.
Yeah, this is not bad, though, but it does mean she still needs to make another hand in South 4 if she wants first. Takashima putting on a show, the owner of May's Bar. May Takashima playing for her own bar here.
And meh. I've seen significantly better. I've seen worse, but it's not the hand you want as dealer at all last.
Yep, that is a South 4 letdown. All last meltdown.
Kind of a Tanya hand here, possibly Peiko if you can get a couple 6 so. 4-mon helps, I guess you get the Ryonkon. Now you can't even potentially go Tanya even have so many tiles to get rid of. This is probably the best hand. It just really has the Haku and not much else. A whole bunch of hands between meh and yuck.
Right.
So going to come down to who draws and who builds best. There's our poll, and just going to try and shut this down.
And Takashima, that is probably not enough for first, though, right?
No, needs 4,800 to tie.
Yeah,
so,
I didn't see any Dora there.
5,200 your goal?
Didn't see any Dora. Yeah, no Dora.
At the same time, you can say we're brute forcing Honitsu, and I don't care.
That is an option. Oh, someone taking a little drink here. An all last drink. Last pairs?
Oh, there's a
Okada's
Chitoi
got
Shunten, I
pairs?
believe. Or, wait for it. There were pairs of 4s in all suits.
Sanchoku Doko, that'd be exciting. Oh, Nishikawa's the one who has pairs. That's a triplet! Wait,
There's one
this
of
is a
them.
really
You're
huge
tempted
chance.
to go Doko now.
There's a huge chance. There's a 4, but I don't think it's coming out from Shibata.
No, it should be the 3-pin or maybe even the Penchon, but you wouldn't cut the Penchon because it accepts Dora.
Out
Cuts the West
come
pair. That's
the
a bit of a
West.
surprise.
Yeah.
So doesn't do a whole lot
Maybe
here.
the 4-pin
And you look at
comes
this
out,
hand.
though.
What are your shapes? What are your shapes at this point? You're at the end of the first row, and there's okay.
What?
That's gonna get this interesting.
Yeah, even without the Yakuman.
Yeah, just get rid of the 6. If you draw the Dora, you could even consider Chitoi.
Even without the Yakuman, this is big if she can get Sanchoku Doko. The triplets.
Yeah, okay, so that was the plan, is going Honetsu with that.
Might be too
And
slow
would
here, though.
You'd have to sumo, but Honetsu Yakuhai would be
Interesting.
enough.
I wonder if Nishikawa is going to just accept 2, 3, 4 or something. There's a 2, but obviously she can't call it. There's another 2. I don't think she will call it. Yeah, she's not calling it. Doesn't make sense. 4, 5.
Well, you don't want to have that floating 5 sitting around later because the 7's Dora and someone's going to call. Well, now we see. Oh, may just be trying to go fast here.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't
thought
see a
that
way.
was Honetsu.
I didn't see a way to get 4,800. Even with Honetsu, it's 4,000, but I guess on Sumo that'll do.
Yeah, you'd want to sumo, and especially with the Honetsu, you figure you're likely going to have to sumo anyway.
That's fair. That's a good point. Well, she still has the opportunity to go to the half flush, Takashima.
Yeah, the West had been cut at least twice. No, it's dead. That's why. I see 3 in pause.
Is that? Oh, it's a different
that's
Tempai.
That's the sad Tempai.
Yeah.
Doko dead.
She's in
Suanko
first,
dead.
Though. Yeah, she's going to take
Can't
it.
just
She's in
Riichi.
first.
Okay, so Sumo is Sananko. This is Riichi or Riichi Sumo Sananko.
Yeah, it is just Riichi only on the road. Ooh, that's not a deal in tile, but oh, she's still pushing. I'm not sure if that 2-mon is safe. Oh yeah, it does kind of look safe. 4!
Slowly
But the
getting
4
there, but there's the
passes.
4, yeah, it's the wrong one because that's a Riichi tile.
Yep, that is the Riichi.
That was the 4 that was thought earlier. Oh, well, that's a fill.
It's gonna be very hard for Shibata.
Dealer, you just have to push. It doesn't. I hate this.
She's going a little slow. She's going around.
I think you have to fight this.
It's gonna be tough because she wasn't Tempai. Maybe she was Tempai, but being one away, wasn't confident.
You have value. Your dealer and all last. There are just so many reasons to get involved here.
I can see that. Oh, but no, that's not quite it. It's still not quite it. Now she has to cut 6-pin. Oh wait, no, this is Takashima. This is not Shibata, but still.
Yeah, Takashima on the other hand, like, you'd fold out and not worry about it.
Oh, that's not gonna work. 6-pin out. Nishikawa does not get it.
No, 1-pin 4-mon.
Shibata's holding both Nishikawa's con opportunities as well. Of course, nobody but we know that.
Oh, there's a fill. That is now Ishanten. You just cut the tune here.
1 away.
We'll go ahead and throw the 3-so.
I wonder what Okada can play for here. It's basically not even about placements, just about getting points, because I don't know if Okada can overturn Shibata. Shibata makes a call here.
Yeah, calling for K10, Ishanten. Figures needs at least the Tempai payments, hoping Shibata will be fighting forever. And I think Shibata should be fighting a lot harder than she is. Oh, well.
That is still not Tempai.
Yeah, it's not Chitoi either. I'd just throw it back.
Yep, probably. I guess if Okada can get to Riichi in time and get a direct hit on Shibata, that could get her to third. Other than that, not really any hope here. Oh, Sumo Haneman would do it, huh? If she could get like a 6-so, 6-so, Riichi Pot Sumo Tanya, Ibeko, just like flip some Ura. It's a pipe dream. Yeah, it is too much of a pipe dream for her.
A bit much. Maybe push if you get the Chitoitsu Tenpai.
Alright, we've got about 14 tiles left. No, less. 10 tiles. About 10 tiles left in the wall.
There's Adora.
Woo! She's already started to fold,
the immediate pause, the disgust in the hand motion, and there goes the one.
Okay, we've got a call from the dealer.
That's now Tenpai.
Dealer's Tenpai. Maybe we get a redeal.
Does manage to make it back.
We could get a redeal here. Oh, there it is!
But
he already folded!
Backfire!
Already folded!
No!
Sumo!
Sumo, Sanako, it does. Or a 3!
Oh, the table was waiting for the very end of the game to release all the Uradora at once. See, the table was due. The Ura were due. The table was due for the Uradora, and it finally paid out.
There it is. Well, you were asking where our Ura went. Well, that's all of them.
It's all of them.
Nishikawa there at the 59.9.
Yeah.
Big win there with that Hanemon at the very end to shut it down. Takashima at 10.1. Basically escaping with the second there. Shibata minus 23.4. Manages to call down for Tenpai at the end, but doesn't get it. And Okada, fourth place here, minus 46.6. You see the... I'd say that game was intense. There wasn't what I'd call a ton of immediate action until the very end, but there was so much of people just trying to shut things down, and then when it doesn't happen, getting out of there.
Yeah, just jostling for points, jostling for this, jostling for that. Or every Riichi that wins, they're flipping.
Really picked up in the South round. We had the 4-7 versus 3-6 Riichis, both with plenty of value. And of course, the exclamation point there in the end with the Riichi Sumo Saranko or a 3.
That was huge. Yeah, she was already winning too. It's unnecessary roughness.
Points are points. And that's the advantage, is if dealer isn't even going to chase you down, isn't going to fight directly against your Riichi, why wouldn't you?
True. That's true. And it was a ton of points. Speaking of points, check out these points. Holy, Mahjong Bar Watch absolutely cleaning up today.
The winner of the day was.
Oh man.
First, all over 50, 171.2. Everyone else in the negative. Maze Bar salvaging a minus 21. And DD Studio Mahjong Nyao Kannai branch. Ugh.
Yeah.
It's hard to make up that kind of distance. And again, this is what can happen in just half a day. Because remember, we split these broadcasts into a morning session and an afternoon session. So they're actually playing 6 in a day.
It is quite... Dang, it is quite a day. My voice hasn't completely come back, but it's mostly here to cast these crazy games. Yeah, Mahjong Bar Watch really making a huge stand for themselves there.
We have the overall standings for the teams at this point.
Yeah, so like, I guess.
Or do we even know? Can we even trust it? Because we've already done the math and said it didn't add up.
That's true. But I don't know. According to these standings, that is the actual score. I'm not completely sure why there's so many more negative points. I mean,
well, Maze Bar definitely taking firm control off of. Oh no, that was Bar Watch today that came out from
Bar Watch was behind at the start, like we can see,
and is now pushing there for ±0, getting a lot closer, basically swapping position with DD Studio.
Yeah, you can see at the beginning of the day, Bar Watch was -188.8, and at the end of the day here, they're only at -17. So they made up almost their entire deficit in one day. They made up half of it, a little more than half. One more session like that, and they'll be in the lead for sure.
Yeah, huge day, and that's the power of that Oka, getting that plus 20 bonus for winning, plus 40 overall. It's just such a big incentive. If you can get just a couple wins, or here, we're just talking 3 wins back to back, it completely changes the dynamics.
That's right.
All right, well, with that...
Yeah, I was
we'll
going
be
to...
here tomorrow, same time. Do we have an interview?
Our interviews have been seen. Our interview with the previous champion as she played on the first game. And our interview with the champion of the Paris tournament, the WRC Paris qualifier, Hiroshi Yamai. That happened already in the stream. So we are out of interviews. And
all right, then I guess we just wrap it up then.
Yeah, the WRC team will be playing, not on stream tomorrow, but you might see them in that little B-roll of the other Mahjong tables. You might see a familiar face. You might hear a familiar voice as well. But our WRC standings will be posted tomorrow after those games. So yeah, that being said, we'll see how Team WRC does. The sponsor alongside USPML of this stream. Thank you, Corak. And thanks everybody else who's watching. Anyone new from New York Comic Con? Thank you, thank you, thank you. And last but not least, we will check our schedule one more time for this year. We've got one coming up tomorrow, as well as 6 streams in November. 3 weeks, 2 days per week.
Back to back weeks, including Thanksgiving. So there's going to be all sorts of stuff going on.
That's right. So you'll have some Mahjong to watch if you have some downtime over Thanksgiving. That being said, from all of us here at WRC casting the Yukan Fuji Cup, see you next time.